football versus the Bills in Buffalo. Not exactly the friendly confines for the Finns. It's been a long time since the Dolphins have beaten the Bills. The fans know that, and the Dolphins know that. The Bills know that, the NFL knows that. Hey, maybe something magical will happen for Miami tonight. Consult your Ouija board or tarot cards for that answer. Time to break it all down and hope that the Dolphins don't break down. This is Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, with Omar Kelly on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami's sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select models now through September 2nd. Learn more at Lexus.com. By Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. When it comes to scoring a rugged new truck, Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is the MVP of selection. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and start shopping today. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome in, everybody. It's another edition of Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here alongside my co-host Alejandro Solana. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today as we get you ready for week 3 of the NFL season as your Miami Dolphins venture to Buffalo to take on the reigning AFC East champion Bills. Solana, how are we feeling for this primetime matchup?
Tobin, I think, I have a little bit more optimism than most people. I might be on an island, honestly. I was listening to you earlier. Man, I don't think this game is going to end up being the disaster everybody is expecting. And we'll find out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm naive to think so. We'll get into it. But this is, in my opinion, like, your last chance as a team, as a coaching staff, as everybody involved to go out there and prove that you're not going to be the laughingstock of the NFL this season. I get it. Thursday night football, primetime, Tua, McDaniel haven't fared well, Tobin. We all know the stats. We'll find out. I'm interested.
Yeah, I think that's probably where I'm at right now is like I'm setting the bar so low that I think I'll be satisfied with anything right now because I just don't want them to embarrass us, Solana. Like I don't want them to go out there. It's almost pathetic at this point because it's like even if the Dolphins were riding high, they came out, they won these first 2 games, everything was clicking. I don't think I'd have a lot of faith in winning this game. I mean, this is what it is. And now it's under the worst of circumstances because everybody just feels like the time, the clock is ticking on Mike McDaniel to this whole build. And you're just waiting for Josh Allen to just like drop the guillotine on them and just like, that's it. Like, okay, that's all she wrote. He continues his dominance. But look, I get you. It is the NFL. I mean, we have seen the lines kind of ping-ponged a little bit. It's gone. But I think it opened at 8.5, then it ballooned up to 13.5, and then now it's around 11.5. So because some defenders are out for Buffalo, could the Dolphins show some pride here? For sure. I mean, I think the offense looked like it found something. The problem is the defense, Solana. Like I've seen what's happened in the last 2 weeks with guys who can run a little bit back there at quarterback, and you got the best of the best back there. I don't know how they're going to be able to stop Buffalo.
Well, you can, that's the idea. I saw some keys to the game from a couple different outlets. Like, how do the Dolphins hang in there? And it's like, limit Josh Allen from getting out of the pocket, limit Josh Allen from using his legs. And like, okay, great. Stop Michael Jordan from scoring.
I feel like they need Josh Allen to make mistakes. Like Correct. He's just careless. Like every once in a while, Josh Allen it's just never happened against the Dolphins. But it's like every once in a while, Josh Allen can get reckless with the football and try and make things. That's what they need. Like they need Buffalo to play a bad game to put them in the wheelhouse of winning this game.
And it's why, again, I'm not expecting the Dolphins to win. The reality is teams who are double-digit dogs in the NFL rarely win that game. Like it's why they're double-digit dogs. You saw it last week. Baltimore, Cleveland. Baltimore was a 12.5-point dog, and they can cover, right? Baltimore was a 12.5-point favorite. Cleveland could have covered, and people probably would have given them, some sympathy points for doing so. They ended up getting blown out, but this is why the line is the line, and every single piece of history we have when it comes to the Dolphins on primetime specifically, and especially this opponent, leads you to, as you so eloquently use the phrasing, the guillotine being dropped on the Dolphins today, especially because it's number 17 in blue on the other side. Like, I get it. I understand the frustration from Fins fans. I understand what a lot of people want to happen tonight, which is the guillotine dropped, the atomic bomb dropped on the team so that, you can almost start fresh. I'm just not there yet, Tobin. I'm just not. And I think weird things happen. Short rest, Thursday night football, divisional game. That's what I'm hanging my hat on to. At the very least, the Dolphins, like you said, don't embarrass your entire organization today on primetime.
Yeah, I'm not there yet either. Like, I'm not actively rooting for Mike McDaniel to just get his pants, taken down and spanked by the Bills. I don't want that to happen. Like, I want them to show some pride. I just don't know if I have a lot of faith that they will.
Right.
It's just because, and I think I think week one just shook me. I'm just like, oh, okay. All the stuff, all they talked about, everything that happened to them. You just got embarrassed by Indianapolis, who had a great first couple of weeks of the season. Don't get me wrong, but I don't necessarily think the Dolphins, I don't think the Dolphins lost to a juggernaut there that badly. So I don't know. Will I get there eventually? I'm not naturally a person who roots for tanking. Like, I sickly want the Heat to make the playoffs when I know they're going to get head kicked in the first round and say Heat in 5. I don't care. I don't like doing that stuff with my team very much. I probably will get there if they still stink this bad in December. Okay, then we got to, eyes on the prize. But no, I'm not there yet either. I would like to see them show some fight, and I would like them to put some type of a jolt into this because, dude, we got a long football season ahead of us. I don't want this to be over already. And it feels very much like if Buffalo has their way with the Dolphins, it's over already. It's not even just forget about McDaniel. McDaniel, you could guarantee his job the rest of the season, but the season at 0-3, you've already lost to 2 divisional opponents, would feel so over, dude.
It would. And it would be almost like a poetic encapsulation of the entire McDaniel Tua era together, wouldn't it, Tobin? Where it's like, okay, maybe you were good enough to beat the okay teams and some of the good teams, but you could never overcome this mountain. And today, in a situation where, hey, you might all be fighting for your lives in the football sense, can you do it today? And it would almost be poetic in the way that the Dolphins have just constantly come up short against this team for it to end this way as well, right? But I also think, and Tobin, I tweeted this out on Sunday night or maybe Monday morning, just like in a depressive state after losing to Drake May. Oof. I'm like, it would be I'm a Dolphins fan my entire life, born and raised in Miami. And I always bring this up to you, Tobin, 31 years old. I don't remember watching Dan Marino. I know he's great. I've watched all the highlights. Like, I'm the biggest 13 fan. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have memories of that. Like, I don't have a core Marino memory watching him play. I don't have that. I was 5-6 years old when he retired. I have Jay Fiedler. I have Chad Henne. My favorite Dolphins season is the Wildcat year. And then 2 years ago, when we put 70 points on Denver, it would be so Dolphins to win this type of game, wouldn't it? Like, just when you think, oh, you're out, you're completely out, you're finally going to get that regime change, which a lot of people are desperately after. They come up with this like modicum of hope to be like, no, look, only to just let you down at the end. We all know how it feels. So that, I'm not saying I want that. I understand the talking points on the other side, like, why prolong the inevitable? I get it, but like you, instinctively, I'm not the guy who's rooting for my team to lose. I'm just never going to be that guy.
Yeah, I can't get there yet. I'm just not. But man, it does feel like a lifetime ago. Remember how much fun we had when they beat the Bills and the stupid Bills fans were complaining about the sun, like it was the first hot game ever played in history.
A Waddle throw right up the middle, and then even before, Josh Allen's first time in Miami comes up short, one hops it to Charles Clay, like just so much fun, man. Take me back, please. Take me back.
That was good. Brittany, how are you feeling today? You feeling confident in this matchup?
No. I'm gonna be honest. I understand. I get what you're saying. I do, but every time the Dolphins have played on primetime, we get disappointed. I've tried to get hyped for these games. I have zero expectations for this team, and tonight I'm gonna go watch and try enjoy, but I don't know that I will.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Tobin, maybe the we talk, they talk, we do slogan that Bradley Chubb told us about, and then Mike McDaniel elaborated on. Maybe that was supposed to be after week 2. Maybe
it was just cooking.
They talk, we do, starting Thursday Night Football. Everybody.
It's got to be it's got a couple weeks to cook. You can't just rush into this type of thing. That's crazy. Gameday Uncensored is brought to you by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. We'll take a break. We will look back a little bit at week 2 coming on back, as the Dolphins did lose their home opener to the New England Patriots. They got up off the canvas after an early hole. That game was a roller coaster. So we'll dive into a little bit of that. Omar Kelly will stop by. He's going to break things down for us at some point today. We will talk to Sal Capaccio of the Buffalo Bills radio broadcast from WGR. So we'll cover all the bases here. More Gameday Uncensored on 104.3 WQAM right after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Shop massive savings on a massive Chevy inventory, all backed by Morse at Edmore Sawgrass.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's game day. Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana as we're getting ready for week 2 of the NFL, week 3, excuse me, of the NFL season. Dolphins just lost week 2. It doesn't feel like week 3 already. I got to build up to all the losses. But the Dolphins in week 2, they fell to the New England Patriots 33-27 in their home opener. I watched this alongside my guy Leroy Horde at Chateau Horde.
How was that, by the way? How was the Chateau Horde experience during a loss? That was, as you described it perfectly, like a roller coaster of emotions.
It was a great time because the one thing about Leroy Horde is he caters well. So we had La Spadas and we had chicken wings, and
wow.
It was and cider boys, and we just we drowned our sorrows and ate our feelings with the loss. But it was, dude, I really thought that they won the game. Like I thought Devon Achane scored, so I was like, oh my god, they're gonna win. Because when Malik Washington had the punt return touchdown, I was like, oh my god, there it is, finally a break. But Solana, like you said, only this team, only this franchise could give you less than 30 seconds of feel good and decide, here's a return kickoff for a touchdown. You jackasses, I can't believe you believed it. I couldn't accept it. I looked at my television. I'm like, I don't accept the results of what I just witnessed on television, because that is cruel what just happened. Just to have the first punt return touchdown in 5 years, and it's just answered back. I didn't know what to do with myself, but then I still thought, like, I thought they won. I was hurt after this one. I didn't think I could hurt anymore, but I really thought, I was like, oh man, this team is actually going to show guts. And then it just all melted down at the end with dumbass penalties.
And the worst part is, Tobin, when that touchdown gets called back on Devon Achane, in my head, I'm like, oh, well, no shot they get into the end zone now. Like, you just knew it. You're like, that was it. That was the play. You caught the Patriots sleeping, and Devon Achane, if he were, 3 sizes smaller, he's waltzing into the end zone. And then I just knew it's almost like, and maybe I'm playing the result, but it's almost like that inevitable doom feeling. We were just like, well, this isn't going to go right. And it didn't go right. It was everything that has gone on during the McDaniel era that is frustrating about his play calling, everything that's gone on during this era of the Dolphins just not getting it together in the biggest moments. That was a microcosm, that drive of everything that could possibly go wrong. How do you not have the proper personnel out there on a 2-minute drive? How do you not figure out a way at this point, year 4, to have a proper method in place to execute communication in dying moments of football games, when that's been a constant issue, a constant theme of the game? And there is something that a lot of people aren't talking about, Tobin. That first penalty where the Miami Dolphins, now it's a 1st and 15. They come out, they run a play. It's 2nd down, right before the delay of game penalty. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are on the sideline before the delay of game penalty. They're able to sub them back in. How? When the game is on the line, you're down, you need to score. You have to get 30-plus yards to go score a touchdown. Why are your 2 best weapons on the sideline? I don't understand that. It reminds me of week 2, Thursday Night Football last year, Buffalo, Tua's interception, where Tyreek and Waddle are on the sideline, and he's trying to squeeze passes into Robbie Chosen. Like, those things to me it's so hard to defend Mike McDaniel. I mean, you can't because you lose, but even those things, it's like, what are you doing, man? Figure it out. Get it together.
It was really frustrating on a lot of fronts. And, it was like, it's hard to, I don't want to be a bastard about this, but like, you looked back and you looked at all the numbers and you're like, man, like there's a lot of impressive numbers to go around, but it didn't even feel the same. It was almost like it was almost diluted, like it was like, oh yeah, there was that Tyreek bomb, but it kind of hung up there like a hot air balloon and fell down to him, and then Tua missed him again, and Tyreek Hill justifiably was freaking out, and I don't know. It didn't feel the same. And then it put on top of it, like the defense is just so bad to start the season. Like they have just no impact whatsoever. I every time that the Patriots need to convert a third down, little dump to Stevenson, boom, he's going to convert it. It was very, very frustrating. Yeah, they did. I do give them props for not turtling up, because Solana, we talked about this, and we could feel that coming on. That fan base was ready to boo. They were pissed last week.
For sure.
Like they as soon as Tua, that first drive, they were like, bah! Like they were ready to just, and it just tells you how bad. And then the reports, I know Vlad said he was boots on the ground. He's like, yeah, there were pockets of the stadium that were like not filled. It was not an impressive crowd for a home opener, which, man, that's going to get change out of anything. If you want to look and say like, oh, well, my fan base is pissed. Stephen Ross seeing that's going to certainly be in his mind.
Yeah, that sounds the alarms a little bit, right? It's not even just a game against the Patriots because division rival, that stadium's always full for something like that. But you're talking about a home opener where you have the banner flying. We all know about that. It's interesting. It makes you question, like, is that something that, the fan base might end up doing, which is stop spending money? I don't buy that, by the way. Like, I still think people go to games. I still think it's just like embedded in our culture in South Florida and across the country. People go to games, but there's definitely an element where you have to question it. Home opener, stadium's not completely full. What does that lead to? And there's a couple of moments in the game, Tobin, where the Dolphins were very fortunate. And the most important one was on that first drive where Tua throws the interception and there's offsetting penalties. Yep. That is avoiding disaster. Now you're still down 12-0, should have been 14. You're down 2 scores because you just couldn't move the ball in that first quarter. But let's not get it twisted. Like, Tua caught a huge break on that pass. And I've seen the all 22 film. I know everybody's getting on Tyreek Hill's case because it seems like he just abandoned his route and it doesn't look like it was all on Tua. But at the end of the day, you throw an interception, like you have to pay the price of that interception. And that could have been another disaster scenario for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I like how Kurt Warner has turned the Dolphins offense into like his own Pablo Torre finds out. Like every week, it's like Pablo Torre has a new wrinkle on the circumvention of the salary cap for the Clippers. Feels like every week Kurt Warner's got a new wrinkle to throw into what's wrong with the Dolphins offense and Mike McDaniel.
Every single time he's putting McDaniel, Tua specifically, like the mechanics under a microscope. I heard Travis Wingfield talking about, and Kyle Krabs too, both of them talking about something very interesting in the mechanics of Tua, where he's like clicking his heels a little bit before throwing. Again, look, I can't break down a quarterback's mechanics. I never played the position. I don't know enough about the game. But when people start realizing how mechanics have changed, how just going through the motions doesn't look the way it did a couple years ago, you do start to wonder, Tobin, like what's at the root of Tua Tagovailoa not looking the same. It's interesting because you need him to be the best player on the field.
I think that we're going to find out. Like, I think if this all keeps going the way that it is, I think we're just going to find out that 2 things. I think it's just that he's either sick of getting hit and he's, just not the same, or that all of this stuff is taking a toll on him. And it's kind of messed with him a little bit, like to the point where maybe he had to change something because he wasn't in it. Because I remember him talking about that last year with somebody who was mentioning about his mobility. He goes, yeah, I'm never going to be what I was in Alabama. And then he suffered another hip injury last year. And you're like, he's already not a big guy. He's not Josh Allen, who can get his nose broken, put a visor on. He damn, we'll get to those comments later on, but he damn said that himself this week. The thing that I found concerning though, after the game, felt like there was a lot of finger pointing. And I felt like there was some, I know it's in the heat of a loss, but it felt like for the first time, McDaniel and Tua, that there was a divide there. And I was like, woo, that's not great.
It felt like they're, for the first time, allowing their frustrations with one another to surface publicly, at least. And McDaniel, look, I know it's funny because we're going to do it with the Josh Allen Tua comments, or the Tua Josh Allen comments. And everybody's doing it with everything Mike McDaniel says, where he talks about to win the game, you have to win the game, not lose it. Like anything your team says or your players or coaching staff says right now, we're going to hyperanalyze, we're going to be extremely critical of, because you're pissed off as a fan, right? Like you're pissed off to watch this incompetence continue. But, man, for Mike McDaniel come out and talk about, hey, it's on me, but also there was some communication issues, guys didn't execute what they needed to. I just feel like you can't do that right now. You can't point fingers right now if you're Mike McDaniel, because A, nobody cares, and B, it's your job. It's your ass on the line right now.
Right.
And why are you having those failures at this point? So it's weird to watch it play out, because he almost talks himself into trouble, Tobin. Like, we know he does, but now you can't do that. You can't do that.
No, he doesn't know when to stop. Like, there's just not the button in his little brain that tells him to shut up. Other than like when there's a controversy. That's the only time he knows. Like when there's a player arrested or something like that's the only time he knows, just shut up, don't say anything. But every other time it's like he just can't help himself. He's the amazing rambler. It's crazy. This was him though. Let's hear from our long-winded favorite coach, Mike McDaniel. This was him on Monday when he was asked about after reviewing everything, do the Dolphins need to change play calling methods? Hear what he had to say.
I'm accountable for everything. Ultimately, that's the exact role of the head coach. So when something fails, the solution is my job. And right, wrong, or indifferent, it doesn't matter who we deem accountable. It's on me, and we try to correct things. So I think specifically with regard to our mechanism of our particular substitution, and the thing that came up at the end of the game, we met on as a staff and came up with a solution, like we do everything. And I think it's frustrating when you're. I'm always frustrated when we practice stuff and it doesn't work out in the way that we've practiced it. So we've practiced all those things, and when it's still something still fails, then it's my job to step in, create a solution, and get everyone on the same page. So that's what we do with literally everything, and certainly we're not keeping the exception, the one that in my opinion kept us from having an opportunity to win the game on a potential extra point if we could.
Swear to God, that wasn't a bit, everybody. I swear to God. Like, I forgot how long that answer was. I swear to God, I forgot. Like, I'm sorry. Brittany, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I made you play that. I'm sorry. Solana, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just apologize to everybody. I don't know.
He's just talking in circles. It's so obvious he's talking in circles. And I understand what he's trying to say, Tobin, right? Like, there's difficulties in executing things that they're practicing on, and why are they falling short in that arena? And I understand what he's trying to get to, but at the end of the day, like, this isn't the season, this isn't the game, this isn't the year to be questioning, hey, why aren't we executing what we're practicing on? That in itself is a serious issue, man. Like, a serious issue. And I'm not talking about one specific play. I mean, we're talking about a game plan. We're talking about communication between head coach and quarterback in year 4. Why aren't you executing communication? What? How is that an issue in year 4?
I like to think of his brain as like a Waze app, and like he has a destination he can get to, and he goes, nah, let me go with the one that's 22 minutes longer.
He needs to talk to himself for a minute to then figure out where it is he's going with an answer. That's what it is. Like, he has no idea where he's going with an answer until about a minute in. Yep. That's when he figures out, oh, this is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
This is the stuff, though, Tobin. I remember the Dolphins hire Mike McDaniel. I remember this 4 years ago. And everybody is obsessed with this goofy coach. You're to blame, partly. You're to blame. I remember you clipping some of McDaniel's press conferences, and everybody's in love. I think he dropped the Mike Jones reference at one point.
That was when he was with the 49ers. That's not my fault.
Everybody's in love with this coach. And I was too. I liked him too. I liked the quirky stuff. But I remember Hawk telling me, hey, this guy, this is cutesy, this is fun until things go wrong. That is when people get sick of stuff like this. I remember Hawk telling me that in the bullpen one day at the station, and he nailed it on the head, because all this cutesy stuff is cool when you're putting up 70 points and people are just like half paying attention. The second you're the talk of the NFL as the most inept team, and the second you've embarrassed yourself week one, everybody's hyper analyzing everything, and you can't hyper analyze anything this guy's saying because he sounds crazy.
In fairness, though, he has no more jokes. Like, it's all just sadness. It's just sad rambling. There's no funnies anymore. Like, he's telling us we're all a day closer to death. Like, it's not fun anymore.
That should have been the sign. That should have been the sign from the very beginning. Like, we should have all known right from the beginning when he said that to Hal Habib. Yeah, this season's not going to go the way we all wanted to.
Leroy just texted me during that, and he goes, please make it stop. Like, I just feel like there's so many people. Like, did my radio I know they're on FM now, but is my radio broken? I don't what's happening here? We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More to come. We'll get back into some of the issues facing the Dolphins. We are back after this.
Every Miami Hurricanes football game can be heard here. FM 104.
Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM, which is brought to you in part by Edmore Sawgrass Automall. Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC's entire inventory is on sale, all backed by Morse. Edmore Sawgrass BuickGMC.com to start shopping. GMC, we are professional grade as the Dolphins are getting set for the Buffalo Bills. Was some question today, Solana, from the national landscape that Jalen Waddle's status could be up in the air. He's dealing with a shoulder injury. We saw that happen to him because he's tiny. He gets thrown around. But Cam Wolf is apparently reporting that he is expected to play. So we'll keep an eye on it. But it looks like Jalen Waddle will be good to go for all of our Dolphin fans and fantasy players out there.
Of course. That's obviously good news, Tobin. My question is, like, can he stay healthy throughout the entire course of a game on short rest? That's my concern with Waddle. A lot of times he's on the injury report. He starts games, ends up having to leave the game early. We've seen it in the past. We saw it a couple times last season as well. So obviously something to monitor, but you just feel like you need all your horses, the healthy ones, and even the not so healthy ones tonight.
Yeah, it's that there's no doubt about that. And then especially they got to get right on this defensive side of the football as well, which has not been shown a ton of life. Here was Zach Sealer. This was the Dolphins captain after the game on how the Dolphins can turn this around.
Right now, from my perspective on our side, where I'm at with our guys, is just we got to keep working comps together. We're doing a good job, but just keep building that camaraderie, that trust up front, and working with the guys in the back end, and just building as a unit.
There you go, Zach Sealer, who is not provided a sack yet. I know that because I bet him on both games. I will bet him this game, and he is parlayed once again with him. I did feel like I was like, I just need one sack after Malik Washington scored his touchdown. Which has given me a lot more juice this time around, probably because Josh Allen's so hard to sack. But Solana, 13 of 15 possessions that have not involved kneeling the ball. The Dolphins have let up points. What the hell, man? What's going on here?
It doesn't make any sense, man. I know we were all concerned about the secondary coming into the season, but even I didn't think Tobin would be this bad. Rather, you need that defensive pressure up front to get to the quarterback. You just absolutely need it. And we've seen it a couple times, right? In the first game, you finally got Bradley Chubb getting a sack. And the other day against Drake May, it felt like a bit better pressure once they were finally able to get that initial stop. The one that counts, not the one where they kneeled the ball. The Patriots kneeled the ball. But you need it consistently, because if you're leaving your secondary on an island to go cover one-on-one, like, good luck. And I get the Bills don't have, like, how they had Stephon Diggs a couple years ago. I get they don't have like any star wide receiver, but when you have Josh Allen, like, it makes up for all of that. He gets out of the pocket. If you can't set that edge, good luck, man. Like, that can't be allowed today. If you're Zach Sealer, if you're Chop Robinson, if you're Bradley Chubb, if you're Jalen Phillips, like, you have to be able to keep him in the pocket, because if you don't, like, you're done. There's literally no way to get the ball out of his hands once he gets out of the pocket.
Yeah, and then you also think about, they got a hell of a running back with James Cook, who can absolutely keep drives going and keep these guys on the field. The Zach Sealer thing, like, look, there's going to be a bigger spotlight on him, not only because, he said he was going to blow last year out of the water. It's been a slow start for him, but he does have a lot of younger guys now. They do have Benito Jones, it looks like, coming back today, so that'll definitely help with the Dolphins up front. You hope provide a little bit more resistance for Miami, because they were going at this. He's got Kenneth Grant and Zeke Biggers and new Jordan Phillips and a lot of these new guys who are up there up front that have to all get used to playing with one another. But obviously nobody wants to hear that with Zach, because it's, you get the bag, like, don't be a fat cat, come and get some sacks.
Man, do we all miss Calais Campbell right now? And funny enough, Jalen Ramsey week 1 ends that Pittsburgh win with one of the defensive plays of the week, and then last week, Tobin, in the 4:00 window, Arizona ends up getting the win thanks to a Calais Campbell sack to literally seal the game. You're feeling that loss in the middle, and I think it's great to have Benito Jones back. as your nose tackle. But at the end of the day, this idea that we were just going to rely on Kenneth Grant, who looked great in training camp, and I think everybody liked the pick, relying on a rookie, it's showing right now that you're relying on a rookie. And everybody keeps talking about, we need to see more Willie Gay. We need to see more Willie Gay. And Anthony Weaver's talking about getting Willie Gay some more snaps. And I'm with that. The 2 plays he played the other day, he made plays. But is that like the fix? I don't think so. I think it has to be as a unit. Man, you made Ramondre Stevenson look like prime LT, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah.
What's James Cook going to do to you tonight if you can't fix the interior from keeping them from running right down your throat? It's going to look really bad.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the infusion with Willie Gay, I mean, it popped. It was like, hey, 2 plays for loss. Like, the guy he was very impactful during training camp. I know it's a tough go because it's like, hey, Terrell Dodson usually leads them in tackles, and, Jordan Brooks is kind of the heart and soul of the team. So, like, you got to find some space for him. I know that's not always easy, but he was playmaking, and I think they just need as much of that as there is as possible. But as far as the young guys are concerned, look, we saw this. We see this with the Dolphins young guys. You remember Jalen Phillips' rookie year. It took him a little bit. I know it's not position for position, but it is kind of getting used to the physicality of the game. Same thing with Chop. So I do think that, Kenneth Grant, it's got capabilities. We did see he had a deflection at one point. He is a moose, but I think that these guys are getting tested. That's the trouble with the Dolphins right now. And it's happening on the other side with Savai Naya too, is that Dolphins come into this season. It's a reset. It's not a full rebuild, but they are relying on more young guys than they ever have. And man, they don't have time for these guys to develop. Like
that's the problem.
There's just no time. And that's just what it is. It's like, look, if we do get to the point where McDaniel is on the out, I mean, the season really does become about, hey, let's figure out who these guys are and who's going to step up. Even with that players meeting where they were saying, oh, reportedly, hey, everybody's watching all professionals. Yeah, that didn't really surprise me. Like, there's a lot of young guys there that these other veteran players are saying, like, hey, even if this thing looks bad, like, everything you're going to be judged on and everything you're going to make is going to start now. So you hope that things can get going, but man, it has been tough. And then, of course, another year where the Dolphins aren't exactly turning the football over, and that feels like if they're going to have any shot tonight, Solana, they really do need to get some takeaways.
Yeah, well, win the turnover battle at least, right? Like, don't give Buffalo field position. That is what burned them last year at Hard Rock Stadium before Tua even gets injured early in the third quarter or at the end of the second quarter. It's all blur now. It's all blur. But Tobin, it's funny you mentioned the reset, and that's why I think we talked about it so much. It's a confusing situation where everybody's talking about this season as a make or break year, and the reality of how the roster was built and constructed, it was a reset. And you wonder, exactly what the expectations were within that building. We're watching the banners fly. And I know you were talking earlier today or maybe yesterday on your show about how you feel like Chris Greer is going to skate by this one. He's already kind of setting the traps for McDaniel to be the fall guy. You really wonder what the expectations were within that building from owner, general manager, down to the head coach. Because if you're talking about a reset year and you're talking a lot about rookies having to fill these holes and having that grace period to kind of overcome the challenges of being a rookie in the NFL, then what were the expectations there? I don't think anybody has patience for that right now. Certainly not the head coach or anybody in that coaching staff.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was reading before the show today. Well, actually, when I was on the air, we were reading. There was a piece put out by Marcel Louis-Jacques, covers the Dolphins for ESPN, and he had a source that had said, like, hey, Stephen Ross is not putting an ultimatum of playoffs or bust for these guys. But I don't think the Dolphins accounted for, hey, because this was our thoughts coming into this. Like, I don't know if I expected the Dolphins to be really good, like as far as a contender, but I could see paths to them being decent.
Who they've been, Tobin, who they've been.
Right.
A good offense. They're going to put points on the board if your quarterback is upright, and they'll beat the okay to bad teams in the NFL, like they always did, especially at home, the Patriots of the world. And they'll lose to the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons of the world because that's who they've been.
Yeah, and so but the idea that they have been, the caricature that everybody had painted them as, like, oh, they're awful and chaos is gonna unfold, and it's like it's all playing out like that. Yeah, that's gonna make you reconsider what you probably didn't want to do, what maybe people, maybe some fans wanted you to do and expect you to do, but you probably didn't want to do that. You want to kind of keep the bus turning. Like, you're gonna get to a point, and we mentioned the fans unrest, like you're gonna get to a point, like all those neon jerseys that they wanted to sell, like those things aren't exactly flying off the shelves for Monday Night Football, and you're like, all right, the fans are pretty pissed. We need action.
And Tobin, maybe I'm getting a little ahead of what we have lined up for the show today, and I apologize, but it's funny because even in a game like this, you just try to look for advantages where the Dolphins might have. And the obvious ones, the Buffalo Bills, they're going to be without defensive tackle Ed Oliver. That's a big loss for them on the defensive line. And they're going to be relying on a couple rookies today on that defensive side of the football. No Matt Milano today either, but it's like a wash because the Dolphins, aside from the fact that their depth just isn't great, they're dealing with injuries themselves, especially on the right side of the line where those two guys are going to be missing. I mean, it's literally a wash when you have Keon Smith and Larry Borum. And you saw it, man. Most important play of the game last week. 4th down. Tua needs some time to get out of the pocket, and the right side of the line just collapses. You have no depth, unfortunately. That's part of team building, roster building. We know that. And even where you can find advantages to try to expose an opponent, the Dolphins have shortcomings in that exact same area.
No doubt, it's been a rough watch. It's been tough to handle in all of this. But man, I mean, we know that they definitely got to be feeling the heat. We'll get into more of it because obviously the fan outrage was there. Game Day Uncensored. We'll take a break here. Hour 2 of our pregame coverage as we get you ready for week 3 of the NFL season. Thursday Night Football between the Miami Dolphins and Buffalo Bills. We're back with more on FM 104.3 WQAM right after this.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joe Zagacki, inviting you to join me, along with analyst Don Bailey Jr. and so
Sunday, it was the Patriots. And now it's Thursday night football versus the Bills in Buffalo. Not exactly the friendly confines for the Fins. It's been a long time since the Dolphins have beaten the Bills. The fans know that, and the Dolphins know that. The Bills know that. The NFL knows that. Hey, maybe something magical will happen for Miami tonight. Consult your Ouija board or tarot cards for that answer. Time to break it all down and hope that the Dolphins don't break down. This is Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, with Omar Kelly on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select models now through September 2nd. Learn more at Lexus.com. By Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. When it comes to scoring a rugged new truck, Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is the MVP of selection. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and start shopping today. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome back in, everybody, to Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin alongside Alejandro Solana, Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today as we get you ready for Week 3 of the Miami Dolphins season. Thursday night football against the Buffalo Bills, as we will talk to Bills sideline reporter Sal Capaccio coming up later on this hour, as he'll be boots on the ground. Also boots on the ground, our guy Omar Kelly. He will stop by the program as well as the Miami Dolphins tonight on Amazon Prime. What is the local channel, Solana? What do we is it CBS tonight?
Yes, CBS 4 in the Miami and Broward markets. CBS 4 tonight.
All right, there you go. So for those, do we got Cunha doing any kind of pregame? Does he does he go up there? Is he like doing curls while he gets ready for Dolphins football?
Cunha just wears a extra tight schmedium, so the guns are always showing. He's not going up there, but they are. I think him and John Conjemi will be doing a pregame show. I know Bo Camper travels with the team, so maybe he'll be a part of it. But yeah, CBS 4 is doing some coverage ahead of the game tonight and after, of course.
There you go. I mean, if you get sick of us, you can go see our boys over there. But we're with you all the way up until kickoff. Of course, we'll get you ready for all the action here on WQAM as, Miami Dolphins, of course, under the big spotlight nationally. I think they were asking today on Jet Up, if the Dolphins get blown out, is that the end for Mike McDaniel? It's kind of been the hottest topic out of anything. He was peppered with questions this week, Solana. I mean, there was a bunch of that about job security. Is your voice still getting through the locker room? Do you have a culture? All that stuff. And it's interesting to see, you know, we talk about the personality and whatnot, but I do got to imagine for a guy like Mike McDaniel, who does feel like, you know, he doesn't feel like the hardened football coach. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing or a good thing, but I do feel like when you are the type of person that kind of looks at these guys as humans, you know, like it may be tougher for somebody to wear that stuff and not be able to just kind of brush it off. I think of like Eric Spoelstra. Eric Spoelstra's a maniac. You know, Eric Spoelstra will sit there in the foxhole. He'll never blame anybody. He will basically act like whatever you're saying, you're stupid. If you think I'm going to lose a game, like he'll literally call out reporters, hey, you sound scared. He'll do, you know, somebody said something about like the Nets one day on a random February game, and you could just see like the crick in his neck of how mad he was at this regular season game. This guy dared to question him. I don't think Mike McDaniel is like that. You know, not yet. He doesn't have those. He doesn't have those big three scars that Spo does of that kind of coverage. But he's feeling it right now of everybody kind of doubting him. And I don't know. What do you make of how he's handled all this pressure this week?
Yeah, I mean, how he's handled it is how the only way he's capable of handling it, which is downplaying it and just talking in circles and kind of making it seem like it's not a big deal. But look, even Tobin, for the first couple weeks leading up to the season and then after week 1, I know the talking points around this team, especially nationally, were there's no culture in Miami. Mike McDaniel's lost the locker room. He hasn't been able to get Tyreek Hill back on board, and it's all going to fall apart. And I just wasn't buying it. In my mind, I don't think as a football coach, and again, I never played the game. I've never been in a locker room. I kind of downplay the idea that you need that rah coach, the guy who's going to get in your face and he's going to chew you out. I don't think that's necessary. We've seen examples. There are plenty of examples of guys who have had success who aren't that way. But everybody who plays the game, and I lean on Channing Crowder for this. He seems to think it's a massive issue with the Dolphins. Like, who's going to hold everybody accountable? Who's the person getting into people's faces? Who's the person chewing people out when they make mistakes? And look, maybe it is a much bigger issue than I gave it any life of. I think at the end of the day, it's hard to turn that noise off when you're sitting at 0-2 and you've looked kind of this bad, right? So I hope that's not the case. I hope this team hasn't quit on him. But I will tell you this, Tobin. The other day, Sunday, even though you lose that game and it was a dreadful way to lose, that did not look like a team that quit on their head coach, in my opinion. That did not look like a team that just said, bleep this, we don't believe in this guy. We're down 12-0. It's over. It didn't look that way to me.
Well, look, I hope that he's got the backing, certainly of his quarterback. I know that they seem like there was some public snipping between them, but whoever deserves the credit for the other, one thing that you can say is Mike McDaniel's gotten a bat for Tua when Tua was at his lowest. And I really do hope that Tua does reflect that belief that he's had in him, right? Because he could have gotten this job and been like, this dude sucks. I'll go with anybody else. Let's just completely revamp this thing. He did. He tried to make he made the best out of what his car was. And I do think that the thing that's interesting is he kind of comes into a situation where most head coaches are going what Ben Johnson's going through right now. You come in, you're going to revitalize a number one pick, but your roster kind of sucks and you're going to get hammered, early on. And then you'll figure it out. Even Man Campbell dealt with terrible teams. Mike McDaniel smoked Man Campbell his first season with the Dolphins. So but it is hard where it's like, hey, you come out of the gates like gangbusters and then you deal with the adversity. Usually it's the other way around. You deal with the adversity. Everybody's kind of low with you and then you work your way up. That's usually and typically how it goes when you infiltrate a team as a coach.
Yeah, but part of this, and I think part of the reason why there's so much pressure right now on Mike McDaniel is that, okay, fine, the defense this year, you knew there was going to be massive holes, and you knew that they were going to be susceptible in that secondary to give up big plays, right? You understand that. At the very least, if McDaniel's side of the football was handling business the way you would expect them to, then there'd be a lot less pressure on Mike McDaniel. Tobin, if the Dolphins had lost that week 1 game to Indianapolis, but the offense looked at least to be in some sort of rhythm, but the defense just couldn't hold Daniel Jones, then there's a lot less pressure on McDaniel today. I mean, for sure, we're all frustrated with them being 0-2. People are still calling for his job, but I don't think you see a banner flying above Hard Rock Stadium asking him to be fired. The problem is the side of the football that he was brought here to fix. You could argue he did at one point. That's the side of the football that needs to be great still. That's his baby. Mm-hmm. And it looks just as inept as the other side of the football.
Well, Mike McDaniel did have to deal with people calling for his job, and this was the reaction around the team to people raising money to fly banners calling for his job, Chris Greer's job. Here's a little look for everybody.
No, I was coaching and calling a football game. So, yeah, I wasn't spending my time considering what the fans were doing at all. Fans want their team to win. So I figure that if we win football games, I don't think it's personal. I think they want to win.
I didn't see any of that, but did hear the boos. It's part of the game. The fans pay money, their hard-earned money, to come and see their team play, and we go out there and, we don't look the part as we have previous years. And so it's all understandable, and it comes with the game. You get the boos, you get the cheers.
And I come from a cloth of like Bama. We don't listen to all that rat poison stuff that we call it back in the day. So I don't really be into all that.
We got to stay even keel. We got to stay together. We got to continue to trust one another, build off of whatever this game was.
I don't mean to be rude to Jalen Ramsey, and then far be it from me to question somebody who played at Alabama. But as I recall, was rat poison not when you were overfluffed with good things to not buy into it? You don't take the cheese as a rat. I don't think this is rat poison. I think this is just accurate poison.
You said Jalen Ramsey, Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle, excuse me. Jalen Waddle, excuse me.
I'm with you. I like Waddle, kind of just like he's gonna ride with his guys. I respect that, but let's be honest, man. I've been very, very outspoken about this. These guys are listening to what's being said. It's just it's the day and age that we live in. I don't care what anybody says. You can't disconnect when you live that life. Can't disconnect totally to everybody having an opinion about what's going on with your day to day as an NFL football player. These guys are well aware of it. Maybe they didn't know there was a banner going on flying above the stadium right before, but they all saw it after, man. And Mike McDaniel sure as hell saw that banner picture at some point.
I'm sure somebody sent him a text of it, probably Photoshop with something funny, something witty, Somebody says, how much would it take to get...
Chris Greer sent it to him, probably.
Somebody said, how much to get Nick Saban back? That is the one thing with this firing Mike McDaniel. Like, because I was watching before the show today, Solana, John Gruden clips. I mean, he's a complete maniac. Like, he's legitimately a cartoon character now. And by the way, hasn't had a winning season, I believe, since 2008 or a double-digit win season or something like that. He's not been a very good coach in a very long time. But there are Dolphin fans who I see this on the chat every day who are legitimately like, he's the guy who could fix it. And they love the fact that he's coming and screaming at a television, the 4 E's, with one of them being intensity, that's how the Dolphins are going to win. And I'm like, you people sound insane. Like, John Gruden has been a very good media character, but not a very good coach in a very long time.
It's funny because you see the Nick Saban stuff, you see the Gruden stuff, you see Rex Ryan stuff because Rex Ryan called Mike McDaniel a nerd boy. It's what happens in life where, like, you get one extreme of something and that pendulum swings, doesn't it, Tobin? Now you want the other extreme. Right. And people just have this idea, which is my issue, that the genesis of my issue with McDaniel, he's lost the locker room and he can't establish a culture and he needs to be tougher with the guys. I don't think that's the difference between this Dolphins team being a playoff team or not. And to me, that's the issue at hand here. Like, is your roster good enough to go compete with the best teams in the NFL? And I think that has to be issue number one. I don't think the roster is good enough. Now, do you have an issue with the head coach? For sure. We know that. Nobody's denying that. But to me, it goes hand in hand. And John Gruden could have had this team from the start of last February or January, whenever the hell the Dolphins lost their last game to the New York Jets. I don't think there's a massively different outcome here. Like to me, you could bring Bill Belichick in for an entire offseason, and I don't think there's a wildly different outcome. I don't think we feel any better going into today's game, because at the end of the day, your roster's just not good enough, man. It's just not. And yeah, Mike McDaniel hasn't shown that he can be the difference between an okay roster and achieving, surpassing expectations with that roster. I get the frustration, but John Gruden's not fixing the Miami Dolphins.
No, I don't think you understand. He has the 4 E's. I think one of them's energy, one of them's effort, I think one of them's enthusiasm, and then the fourth one's intensity, which doesn't start with an yes, it doesn't start with an E, but he doesn't care because he's John Gruden.
Well, I think originally the fourth one was supposed to be emails, but I think he had to change that up.
If I had a point button for you, I'd give it to you there. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it is a mess right now. All right, we'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. When we come back, we will check in with Sal Capaccio, boots on the ground. He covers the Bills. He is their sideline reporter on the radio broadcast. So we'll talk to him, continuing to get into this matchup, Dolphins and Bills. From whatever that hellhole's called, Orchard Park, Dumpster Park, Piece of Crap Park, whatever the hell they call it up there.
The Ralph.
Yeah,
Ralph. Tobin, this is the last game the Dolphins will ever play at Orchard Park, at Highmark Stadium.
Good. They put a roof on this next stadium, or they're going to be idiots?
No roof.
Yeah, great. Enjoy your snowballs, dummies. We'll take a break. Back after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Shop massive savings on a massive Chevy inventory, all backed by more.
The games of your favorite South Florida teams. We've got them. Catch us on FM 1043 or listen to WQAM on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Don't miss a thing.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 1043 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 1043 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana getting you ready for Dolphins and Bills. And Game Day Uncensored brought to you in part by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. And it's that time, Solana. We'll check in on the Bills side of things. And Sal Capaccio joining us there. He is the Bills sideline reporter for their radio broadcast. Sal, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you guys got it. I'm outside in the parking lot, so it's a little loud. I apologize. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Are you seeing anybody jump through a flaming table? Is that like a tradition every game?
No, but I'm sure it's happening in another lot somewhere, but not where I am, kind of right outside here. I just see quite a few. I got a Larry Zonka jersey in front of me, a Devon Achane black jersey, quite a few Dolphins fans as usual. I don't know if people realize down there, but, you know, we're obviously very close to Canada. There are a lot of Dolphins fans in Canada because back in the 70s and 80s, you know, when the Dolphins were winning Super Bowls and good in the 70s, and, you know, there wasn't all these, you know, NFL broadcasts the way they are today, the Dolphins were on TV a lot. So we actually get a lot of people from Canada who are Dolphins fans that come down.
And good news, they crossed the border to watch us get destroyed today. So I have some sympathy for them. But good news for you, Sal. I was there in 2022, that game in late December. You were getting pelted by snowballs as well from your own fan base. Good news for you. I don't anticipate any snow tonight in mid-September.
Yeah, Buffalonians are equal opportunity snowball throwers, I guess you'd say. And I was on the sidelines and I got hit in the neck. And the funny part about that game was, so Bill Vinovich is the referee in the game, and he sees I have a microphone on because I'm the sideline guy. So he walks up to me and he says he thinks I'm the PA announcer for the stadium. He goes, "Could you announce to please stop throwing snowballs?" I said, "Sir, I'm on the radio. I can't do that." He's looking at me like I got a third eyeball or something. I'm trying to show Bill Vinovich that like I can't do this inside the stadium, which was crazy. And yeah, that was a really, really interesting night for sure.
That's always my favorite thing when people don't realize what broadcasters are doing. Like Solana, you'll know this during heat games when people just say, "Hey, where are the bathrooms?" Like you have all information. Just being on having microphone means you have information or can give out information.
I know, right?
That's just how it.
With a microphone, you probably just kind of pass through wherever you're trying to go, and everybody thinks you know what you're doing.
Sal, how big of a loss is it for Buffalo to not have Ed Oliver and Matt Milano tonight, and who do they got to fill in for him?
Well, I think individually it's a loss, but you really combine them, and you're right up the middle there. You got your starting defensive tackle, your true technique, you got your starting weak side linebacker. But look, I mean, last week after Ed Oliver was tremendous against the Ravens, even though the Ravens ran the ball so well against the Bills were out at Oliver last week, and they just completely shut down the Jets running game. They couldn't do anything. The Bills were very intentional about making sure that didn't happen again. But Matt Milano was great in that first half, but he didn't play the second half last week either. And Dorian Williams is his backup. Dorian Williams played most of the year last year for Matt Milano, and he was the team's leading tackler. So I think individually the Bills are good backing up. And Zion Logue, by the way, came up from the practice squad. He had a nice game last week. The Bills have two rookies up front. He's a defensive tackle, T.J. Sanders and Deon Walker. But I think what the Dolphins will probably try to do is get Dorian Williams to maybe kind of not trust what he sees or see something and they do something else, because Matt is a elite processor and he will get somewhere because he knows what's happening in front of him. And it's not that Dorian Williams is bad at it, but he's not Matt Milano at it. And he'll go 100 miles an hour, but you can catch him out of position sometimes. So I expect the Dolphins to try and take advantage of that today.
Is there any, in your mind, is there any, actual path to victory for the Miami Dolphins? I mean, yeah, running the football, that's what everybody wants to see down here. Establish the run and try to open up those holes in the intermediate passing game for Tua, Tyreek, and Waddle. But I mean, just speaking realistically, most people down here, Sal, just expect this to be a runaway game. Josh Allen to do Josh Allen things that he's always done against Tua and the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel. Like, is there a weakness that Buffalo has you think Miami can exploit, or is this just the inevitable runaway game where Josh Allen is Superman against Miami?
Well, listen, guys, I mean, I've done this long enough, right? I mean, I'm sitting here looking at this stadium. By the way, in side story of this game. Obviously, the last game ever for the Dolphins here in this stadium after 53
Right.
years, and unless they come back up to the playoffs, But that being said, the point is, I've done this long enough to know that anything can happen, right? I mean, like, it is the NFL. It is two teams who know each other very well. The path to victory for me would be to go back and watch the game last year. The Bills won in that walk-off field goal, the long field goal, but I went back and watched and said, man, the Dolphins still made plays down the field. They threw a nice long ball to Tyreek. Jalen Waddle had a couple of plays, and then Devon Achane in space, right? You get him in space, and he's got some room. And to me, that's it, the big play for Miami. Miami has made some big plays this year, including a punt return, obviously. Like, that's got to be the path on offense. If Miami does what the Bills have done to a lot of teams, which is just force them to drive down the field and run the ball, the Bills will take that because eventually the other team's going to make a mistake. And you guys have seen the videos, I'm sure, talking about how the Dolphins' offensive operation can get sideways at times. And the Bills will just bank on that at some point happening. So I think Miami needs to kind of be aggressive, take advantage of some big plays, take advantage down the field if they can of their speed. But that being said, I still don't know how they stop Josh Allen. And I don't say that like to be funny. They just haven't been able to do that, and really no one has been able to do that.
I'm curious because they're just at such different spaces right now. The Dolphins are just trying to win a playoff game, but the Bills obviously, have to have that feeling like they got to get over the hump to the Super Bowl. Watching what Kansas City is doing and already beating the Ravens, like, is this as froggy as the Bills fan has felt in a long time right now that this is finally their year?
Well, there's always that scar tissue here, guys, because there's been so much disappointment, right? I mean, like, this is a fan base that just can't trust it until it happens. And as much as Bills fans see it in front of them, they're not going to believe it. They're not going to be. In fact, it might be the opposite. It might be, oh, my God, I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do because I don't want to believe. But I'll tell you this. Going back to, I mean, heck, I might have been on with your station even in June and July. People would always ask me, what do you think about the Bills this year? And I would say, look, I know what this schedule looks like and what the division is compared to other teams' schedules. And I think this is the year the Bills need to get the 1 seed. Like, this is the year that sets up for them. And so far, they're on that track. I think at this point, if they don't get the 1 seed, it's a disappointment, barring injury. And what does that mean? Well, they haven't had the 1 seed in this iteration of Josh Allen. And yes, they've had home games. They've lost home playoff games. But they've had to play week 1 and they get banged up. That means having a week off, getting ready, and then playing 2 games here. And again, I'll go back to, it is such a special year here. If the Bills get the 1 seed and know that they could play an AFC Championship game to close out this stadium, I mean, guys, you're talking about an unbelievable type of storyline here in Buffalo for these fans.
And to that notion, Sal, is there any sort of pressure on McDermott to get it done this year? Look, I hate doing the, oh, well, if you come up short again, coming up short for you guys at the very least, speaking as somebody down here in Miami, like I think Dolphins fans would wish to even get like a modicum of success that you guys have had in the Josh Allen era. But is there any of that type of pressure where it's like, hey, if McDermott can't get it done this year, then maybe you do have to go and look for somebody else to just finally get you over that mountaintop? Or is it just like, hey, he's getting you to the AFC title game, he's getting you deep into the playoffs year after year? Like, who can do better than that consistently?
So I'm on that side of the ledger where what you just said, because I went through how many coaches, how many administrators, how many GMs. I mean, down there in Miami, if you had that type of success, why do you want to get rid of the guy? But yes, there is that pressure from fans. I just don't think there's that pressure from the organization. We take calls all the time. I mean, there's a lot of people here who believe what you just said about, well, you got to get somebody else because he clearly gets you to a point, but he can't get you somewhere else and to the next hurdle. And there's a lot of fans we hear from all the time that are ready to nitpick Sean McDermott and move on and get somebody else who can take the Bills to the Super Bowl. I'm in the other boat, which is like, oh my God, like, you know what you have here? You have something that pretty much about 30 teams dream of in the NFL. An owner, a GM, and a head coach that are aligned and super successful, and they can coach for now and they can build for the future as well because the way they build their roster. There is definitely that. I think the question is, when you say pressure, would ownership actually do that? And I just don't see that unless, let's say the Bills truly did go through, get the 1 seed, and then it just went poorly in the playoffs. And they said, look, I mean, you had this all set up for you and you couldn't get it done. I guess I could get there. I just don't think that Terry Pegula would be of that appetite.
Sal Capaccio, you guys get him on the Bills sideline report today. Sal, appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Have a great night. We got great weather for everybody here tonight. It's about 70-something now and should be mid-60s at kickoff.
Doesn't matter, too. We're still wearing a coat on the plane.
Love it, guys. Thanks.
There you go. So, did you see people were even losing their mind about that, Solana? That's
Yeah.
who was wearing a windbreaker. Like, oh my god, this guy.
They're
He's
gonna
like-
say it's
he
not
literally
cold enough. It's not cold enough in Buffalo. That was the issue, Toby. It's not cold enough.
can't live life. It can get breezy on a plane. I don't know if you guys have been on a plane, but like you want a nice little snuggly jacket, to get through the ride, Oh, look at this freaking guy. Oh, I was like, I thought people would be like, oh, Tua's wearing some cool throwback stuff. They'd be like happy, be like, oh, where can I get that, Tua? Nope. They're like, look at this guy wearing a coat. Look at Brittany's even disgusted. Brittany, are you disgusted with him wearing his coat?
No, I'm not disgusted. I grew up in cold temperatures. Okay, I'm wearing a cardigan right now. It's like 80 degrees outside.
I was so upset with myself for not bringing a hoodie into the Panthers Iceplex yesterday. I was like, oh man, big mistake.
Oh yeah, that's a rookie mistake,
Yeah,
man.
I
we
forgot.
do our live broadcasts at the arena a lot, and Tobin, it's freezing in there, man. Freezing.
It's
In all fairness, I'm just putting up the Tua picture. Does look like he's really bundled up.
That's
Tobin.
ridiculous. No.
Really bundled up.
Now you've made me upset because that is ridiculous. I think I own that same jacket and I wear it with layers under when it's snowing outside back home. Like maybe a thermal under. That's a little bit excessive to it's 60 degrees. Let's calm down.
I'm telling you, it gets cold on a plane, Brittany. You gotta bundle up.
That is a snow jacket. That is ridiculous.
Tua, I'm sorry, man. You better go win so you could just wear clothes that you want to wear.
Seriously.
This is where we're at right now. Thanks again to Sal Capaccio for joining. We will take a break. More Gameday Uncensored after this.
How would you like the chance to have a Pro Bowl Miami football player come visit an elementary school of your choice? It could happen. It's WQAM's MVP Experience.
for more Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM as we take you guys up until kickoff here as the Miami Dolphins are getting set to take on the Buffalo Bills. I just sent Solana and Brittany during the break. Josh Allen walking into the stadium and Tua Tagovailoa into the stadium, and Tua's wearing his very comfy-looking jacket, throwback windbreaker, and Josh Allen just wearing a plain T-shirt walks in. You know,
it's hard to look at that and not just laugh. I mean, it's stupid. It's such a stupid thing we're doing. We're analyzing clothes, but it is hard to not look at that and just kind of roll your eyes. You're like, yeah, all makes a lot of sense.
In fairness, this has been one of the hottest summers ever. So if it is 7 there, that is about. I mean, that's probably as much relief as anybody has gotten in a long time.
Kickoff in mid to late September ever. Buffalo, if it mid 70s.
I feel like it is. Yeah, man. Weather in Buffalo.
And the Bills fans get mad about that stuff too. Like when the schedule comes out, they get upset that they have to play in Miami in early September. It's too hot. Oh no, it's too hot.
Right.
And then, but we want to host Miami in the snow because we have the advantage. Well, then what do you want, Buffalo?
Yeah.
What do you
whether
want?
matter or not?
Yeah. Do you want to avoid Miami in September, or do you want snow for your games? Figure it out.
Speaking of, by the way, I am glad that the Panthers have happened because they've taken the elbow back from those idiots in Bills Mafia. So I'm glad that has been a thing. But did you see, if we could just divert here for a second, Solana, did you see the news that Matthew Tkachuk is going to be the guest picker on College Game Day tomorrow, or on Saturday, excuse me?
That's awesome. Crowder called that.
Did he really?
The other day. He said, well, I mean, he was kind of like, what about one of the Panthers players, like a Tkachuk or whatever? So that's cool. I like that. You got the champs, back-to-back champs, holding it down for South Florida. Get some positive vibes.
Keep her the cup.
Keep her
the cups can bring the cup. You know,
100%. Oh, they're gonna have the cup out there.
Definitely have to. You gotta have the cup, right, Brittany? You gotta have for the Canes. You get the cup out there for the Gators game.
Oh, I'm so excited! I'm gonna be there, and I'm so excited.
Are you going? You're going to Game Day, Brittany?
Yeah. Wait. Oh, sorry. It's at Game Day. I thought it was at the game. Never mind. I'm not going to it.
You're not going down to campus.
I did it in 2017. But I was 17 then. I'm 25 now, and 5 a.m. wake up call is just not the vibes for me.
I understand that.
Understood.
Fair enough. Who wants to see McAfee that early anyway? Enough of him already.
It's too much energy.
It's too much energy. But the Cats, yeah. It is funny though. I was talking to the. I mean, you want to talk about different vibes? I was at Panthers Media Day yesterday. Oh my God, what a party! I mean, these guys are so happy. But Mackie Samoskevich, he was telling me about the keeper of the cup. And like legitimately, this guy is like within 5 feet of the cup at all times.
Always.
And he's just like, and if any of his stupid little friends want to come and drink by it, he's like, no. Like he's like that guy is he's like he's protecting the queen. Like that's his job.
But I do wonder. Remember last year, after the Panthers won it the first time, you had Luongo eating spaghetti and meatballs out of the cup. Like I wonder what those conversations are like, where you have to kind of be like, hey. So we're going to put pasta in this. How do you feel about that? Or do you just do it and just apologize after?
I think mostly when you drink, you just do it. I think typically when they eat out of it, it usually has like a silver lining in it. If you look carefully, that's how it goes. But man, what a job that guy is keeping the cup. Also a great job is these Dolphins yakking about this thing. This is a little segment we like to call Echolocation. This is how Dolphins communicate.
It's time for Echolocation.
That is Dolphins communicate.
It's okay to be called out as long as you change your behavior.
What's 1,000 yards if it's not like a winning season?
They talk, we do.
Echolocation.
We'll send it in all right there, Dan the man. Happy belated birthday, by the way, to Dan Marino. This was the week of his birth. Zach Sealer it on up. Hasn't been doing much of that lately, but he's also got like these young guys on the same page and get them turned around, a quick turnaround here on Thursday Night Football And this is what the Dolphins captain had to say about getting those young pups on the defensive line all set for a quick turnaround.
Well, a lot of them obviously is their first rodeo Thursday Night Football. So they've been an awesome, coming in Monday, Sunday after the game and trying to find any way to accelerate that process to grow and to get the tape right and to get ready for Thursday.
Nobody loves a first rodeo quite like Zach Sealer.
He loves the aqua cowboy hat. I mean, he's all about that life, man. All about that life.
You ever been to a rodeo?
Yeah, they do a rodeo down in Homestead. I went one too many times.
Really? I want to go. I've never been to a rodeo. I've been to like horse jumping and things like that. My mom was really into equestrian, and so I've been to that. I've been to horse racing, but I've never been to a rodeo.
Yeah, rodeo. I would say go if there's one. I mean, you live. There's got to be rodeos near you.
There's one at the fairgrounds. There's one at the fairgrounds. There's one in the Navy. They have all of them, but I've just never gone. Never lined up. Never lined up. Zach Sealer, though, I just imagine him like when not in football mode, just at a rodeo. You know, I feel like he's got the jeans on, 1 foot with the boot up on the fence.
The straw
dipping,
in his mouth,
spitting.
like the long straw in his mouth.
Yeah, that's how I picture him. Just thinking about how he's going to wrangle a bull. He's going to wrangle. Just wrangle some quarterbacks, Zach Sealer. I need you, man.
Please.
Malik Washington had the most exciting moment of last week's game, and this was him reflecting on that punt return TD.
I mean, I would say so. Yeah, you kind of see the seam after a couple of spins, and there's just green grass. Like I said, we kind of practice that type of stuff, and to be out there, to go out there in a game setting, and it actually to come true, was huge for our punt return team and our special teams in general.
Yeah. Well, listen, dude, that was an awesome play. I wish we could have enjoyed it, Malik, for more than 30 seconds.
You know what was bizarre to me, Tobin? Malik Washington. I did not have this on my bingo card. Malik Washington more rushing attempts than Ollie Gordon. That one
was weird.
Surprised me. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like trying to get creative. I imagine we'll see something along those lines tonight to just Malik Washington, like literally handoffs to Malik Washington more than Ollie Gordon the other day.
You know, the other thing that's interesting is I think Jalen Wright's come back today.
Yes.
I think so. That's going to be interesting because he, Ollie was kind of everybody's darling of preseason, but it is preseason. I don't know what really to expect from Jalen Wright in his first game back, but I mean, man, before Ollie's kind of blow, everybody was excited to see what this season was going to be for Jalen Wright. So, maybe he provides some kind of a spark, even though Achan's kind of been their best player.
Yeah, well, thank God for Devon Achan. To wrap up our thoughts on the week 2 loss to New England, thank God for Devon Achan. I know he stepped out of bounds, I get it, but like if it wasn't for Devon Achan, this offense, it stinks already, but
oh, it stink to high heaven. It would stink to high heaven. It would be terrible. He was discussing the Dolphins pass rush, and he says, first thing they got to do is stop the run.
The main thing is we got to stop the run. Like, that's the first thing. And before you could even pass rush, you got to stop the run. If you have a team running the ball and they ended up in third and short situations, they're not going to pass the ball when they don't need to. So, that's just the main thing. We all know that we got to stop the run and earn the right to pass rush.
There you go. Well, he did get we did see the chop axe out last week, and but he is right. I mean, they were not good at stopping the run or running backs, and that needs to get fixed.
Do you think that's a possibility, though, Tobin? This idea that I think the Dolphins were banking on, which is, hey, pass rush will be fine, secondary, the shortcomings of the secondary. And I get it sounds great in theory. And look, maybe there's a ton of examples of it working elsewhere. Hasn't worked thus far for Miami. Do you think, though, that eventually that's a path to success for the defense?
I think it is. I think it's just a lot of young guys that they got to get everybody on the same page. I mean, there are so many new guys out there that they're trying to get cohesive. I mean, even the guys, you think about like Jalen Phillips, like didn't really get to play last year. Bradley Chubb didn't play last year. He's actually been off to a decent start besides tackling a lineman. He's been off to a pretty decent start this year. So I do think that they can get on the same page. It's just like not exactly it's just not exactly been, it's just not exactly been a great start because, of how bad it's been. Do they have the ability to turn this thing around in time? That's the real question. So we'll figure it out. But when we come back on Game Day Uncensored, we'll get to the quote of the week. This one was a doozy from old Dolphins QB Tua Tagovailoa. And this matchup against Josh Allen, who is, I mean, if you guys don't remember how dominant this guy has been, we'll relive that for you all. We'll get actives and actives next hour. Omar Kelly going to join the program as well before we sign off today. So we'll get to Omar and lots more to get to here on Game Day Uncensored. Back with more after this.
Hey, we want to hear what you have to say. Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at 305-567-0.
quick turnaround for the Dolphins. Sunday, it was the Patriots, and now it's Thursday night football versus the Bills in Buffalo. Not exactly the friendly confines for the Fins. It's been a long time since the Dolphins have beaten the Bills. The fans know that, NFL knows that. Hey, maybe something magical will happen for Miami tonight. Consult your Ouija board or tarot cards for that answer. Time to break it all down and hope that the Dolphins don't break down. This is Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show with Omar Kelly on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select models now through September 2nd. Learn more at Lexus.com. By Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. When it comes to selection, visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and start shopping today. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road Market.
Welcome in, everybody. It's hour 3 here of Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside my co-host Alejandro Solana. Brady Rodriguez producing for us here today as the Miami Dolphins are getting set for the Buffalo Bills on Thursday Night Football. I just saw that show pony Ryan Fitzpatrick walk into the building. They tweeted that out. Like I need to see his face. Like I need another Mike McDaniel press conference to listen to. I mean, jeez.
In the first iteration of Game Day Uncensored, when Omar was doing it full time with us, I had literally like a board where I would say shows since Tobin last mentioned Ryan Fitzpatrick, and it never got above 1 because you're not a Fitzy fan at all.
Nope.
You are the leader of the Ryan Fitzpatrick hate train every single week.
He's a bum. I don't mind saying it. He's literally been carried by facial hair his entire career. It's the only reason anybody cares about him, gives a rat's ass about him. I've never seen anybody with such a terribly unimpressive resume rise to such heights as to do commercials with Kevin Hart. I'm like, for what? He was completely ordinary as a player. I don't understand this.
Listen, I've got no love for Fitzy either. I mean, I think part of the Tua narrative and part of just everything that surrounds Tua, he's part of that storyline, a big chunk of it, where he gets replaced and he comes out and he's weeping in front of the reporters. And this, I thought this was my.
Yeah, I'm no fan of his. I mean, it really has nothing to do with the Tua thing was annoying for sure, but then like he's just a phony afterwards, you know. And by the way, he doesn't even like the Dolphins. He's a Bills fan. I don't know why the Dolphin fans like feel embraced by him. He sits there shirtless with Bills Mafia. The dude's a chameleon. You can't trust him.
Loves Josh Allen too. Loves Josh Allen.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, listen, he's not half the quarterback that Josh Allen was. Speaking of. Let's get to this comment from Tua this week. Which,
another guy that loves Josh Allen.
Man, Tua was asked about Josh Allen this week, and he was being a completely reasonably nice guy. And then he said a thing that, you know, I just felt was a wee bit much. Here it was, Tua this week.
He's top tier. You know, if it's not with his arm, it's with his legs. You know, that dude can do literally anything he wants. So, definitely different skill set for me. I can't do half of what he does when it comes to running the ball and any of that. And then with how he can just chuck a ball down the field, you know, with how far and the arm strength that he has. You know, he's supreme when it comes to that. So it's gonna be fun. Get to see him, get to play him again, and we'll see.
Dude, I know he's honest. That's Tua. He just shoots from the hip. Whatever comes into the old noodle, he spits spouts out of that mouth of his.
Yeah.
But man, I can't believe he there's giving flowers and then there's being the florist. And that guy, I mean, that was too much.
The thing is, he's not wrong in what he's saying. Genuinely, he's not wrong. But I don't know, man. You're going into a game against somebody who has notoriously just owned you. Like, Tua has won one game against Josh Allen. Do I have that right, Tobin? He has owned you. He has owned your organization. You're 0-2. Everybody's fed up. One guy that nobody down in Miami can stand, you're going to give him all these flowers. Like, just everybody knows what Josh Allen has in his arsenal. Everybody knows how great Josh Allen is as a quarterback. He's the second or third best quarterback in the NFL, right behind Patrick. Like, everybody knows. You don't got to go with the over-the-top praise of the guy who has owned your organization for the past 6 years. Like, you don't have to do that.
I think it's just the saying that I can't do half the things that he does. That's the bothersome part. I don't mind him saying that Josh Allen is top tier. He is top tier, much to my chagrin. Like, I was hopeful the Dolphins at one point could derail this train. It never happened. The guy is a freight train. They can't stop him. But I was, I'm hopeful that at one point, like, Tua was going to find a way to dethrone this. It just hasn't. And I get it. You're very nice. That's great. It's good that he has so much respect. But man, I'm very confused by this. You got Olaf. He's rats off a ship now. Saw Josh Gad was on. I think it was Seth Meyers. He's mad at Tua.
Yeah. I did see that as well. I hate doing this type of stuff though, Tobin, because like he's not wrong in what he's saying, and it's the obvious. I just think time and place, man. Time and place. It's the off season. You're on a podcast, you're asked about it, or you're on a show, you're asked about it. Fine, go ahead, praise him, give him his flowers. Everybody knows he could do things with his body that you can't. But leading up to a game against them, to actively talk about, he can just do things I can't. I mean, like, come on, man, have some awareness. Have a little bit of awareness going into this matchup.
I don't know. It feels like, I know he's honest. I know he just says what comes to his mind. We've all covered Tua long enough to know how he is. But I do think that there's a time where you can just be like, just back it up a little bit, just a little bit, because I think with athletes, like, there's two ways you should go. You could be complimentary, or you could just go delusional, like, and you'll get roasted for it every now and then. Remember when Monta Ellis once said that he was Dwayne Wade without the rings before the Heat took on the Bucks?
And Brandon Jennings, I remember they were going to play him in the first round of the playoffs, and he's like, "Yeah, I got us in 5."
Right, but then you can have the success stories like Tyler Hero. He's like, I think I'm in the same class as Trey Young, a little under, but he's it's not like he's half the player Trey Young is. It's, I don't know. Jimmy Butler once walked off the Heat court and was like, I'm best player in the world. There's nobody better than me. I'm good with delusion. Tua's like, I don't know. It was such a conceding thing to say. Just be like, I concede. He's the best. He is the best. I will never be that.
Well, what do you prefer though? And I'm you. I have that irrational confidence. Like, I put me on a basketball court. I once, for a long time on the Hawkman and Crowder and Solana show, said that I could beat John Crotty in a one-on-one. Now, obviously, that was a bit. I realized John Crotty would just kick my ass up and down the court, but I genuinely just have this irrational confidence that I could do things that I know I can't, because Chalmers might have been going up against Derrick Rose in a matchup, and there are a lot of things Derrick Rose in their prime could do that Mario Chalmers just couldn't. Like, he wasn't the leading scorer, he wasn't this electrifying scorer, but was Chalmers ever going to get in front of a microphone and say, yeah, he can do a lot of things that I can't? No. I want my athlete to I want the guys I root for to just have that confidence. No matter what the situation, we're going to figure out a way to overcome it. We're going to figure it out.
I'll give you a non-Heat one that it just relates exactly to this. And it wasn't the direct athlete saying it, but when we first started this journey of the McDaniel era, the thing that got everybody all riled up was Tyreek Hill getting traded here, and he had the audacity, the utmost gall to say, Tua is the most accurate quarterback in the league, better than Patrick Mahomes. And you're just like, I love it. Good. And yeah, I put a bullseye on your back, and people were making fun of you, and still are, because the Chiefs are 2 championships in since you've said that. But it doesn't matter. I respect the fact that he said it, because I'm just backing my guy. You know, he's not sitting here, and he's not cowering to Josh Allen. That's what it feels like. It feels like we're cowering in fear to this rhinoceros that's going to go there, take snaps, and run over the entire defense.
And Tobin, I know there's right now people watching us or listening to us. We're saying, who cares about this stuff, right? Like, at the end of the day, who cares?
I do.
And well, there's a case to be made that none of this. Here's where I'm at. I genuinely believe we're watching a different Tua Tagovailoa right now. We're watching a guy that in that Colts game, to me, Tobin looked rattled. Like, this guy looked rattled. And then he comes out against New England, and props to Tua. I mean, awful last drive. I'm upset that they lost, but props to Tua. Didn't quit, had a terrible first couple drives, came out, finally settled in, was able to overcome and shake some of those demons. It just feels to me like there could be this element to where he's second guessing himself again. I remember a couple of years ago, he said, like, am I even going to be able to be good at football? Like, am I going to be able to play football anymore after that first concussion? He was honest about that. And then he goes down again last year, and he comes back, and the team hasn't looked as great. I've been wondering in the back of my mind, is there any element to, or is there any truth to Tua Tagovailoa literally just not having belief in himself anymore? And I'm not saying that's the case, but it's in the back of my mind. Well, guess what? This to me adds a little bit of it kind of stokes that flame, right? Because he's talking about another guy, and he's saying, yeah, I can't do those things. Like, he can do them. And I don't want Tua to feel that way going into a football game. Go out there and be the guy who's going to get his team back as a leader to playing the type of football that you want them to play.
Yeah, it's one of these things, too, where it's like, you know, going into this whole thing, and whether it's being rattled. I will say it was about the most impressive big stat, the least impressive big stat game I've ever seen from Tua, because the only things that stand out in my mind are Devon Achane weaving through people like it was nothing, and Tyreek Hill, you know, catching a floating, dying duck up in the air, took the sack, penalty, delay game, missed Tyreek. Tyreek freaked out. Yeah, the nice play to Waddle out there for the touchdown, but that's like what stands out in my mind. And I look at it and I was like, yeah, that was kind of feels like those are fluffed up a little bit. Like, I don't think that told the story of the game. And I say this as somebody, by the way, who's had an hour named after him, although my show made me suspend him. But you know, I am big Tua fan, and I do like the man. I root for him, but I just don't understand why you say something like that. It's crazy.
And I heard you talk about, and I know you said it a couple times, that deep ball that he threw to Tyreek, he just lofted it up there. It wasn't pretty. Man, Tobin, I can't disagree with you more. All we said going into week 2 was, even if the play's not there, throw it over the top. Make the defense think that you're thinking about going to Tyreek Hill over the top. And he threw the damn football. Like, he threw it. So whether or not it was a completion, whether or not it traveled 50 yards in the air or not, you need Tua for the success of this offense to make the defense think that there's a threat going deep still.
It's a lot of that. Used to be a money connection those two had. They used to be 6 points easily, and now it looks to me like, I'm like, who is that? I know he doesn't have the biggest arm in the world, but now all of a sudden he's like, oh, my feet got tangled up. Like, well, okay, what are we doing? You got LaShawn McCoy saying you're a baby. Can you believe that, Tua? He's calling you a baby. Are you a baby? No.
But you can't have it both ways. ways. You can't have it both ways. You
I
can't
can.
say, hey, I want to see the deep ball throw it. I want Tua to just to look for Tyreek Hill over the top, and then he throws it, and it's a completion, and you're still mad
He's
about
not
it.
going to have to check back.
You're still mad
I'm
about
not
it.
mad about it. I'm just saying it was unimpressive. It's unimpressive. It is. And he missed Tyreek Hill wide ass open again, and he's done that 2 weeks in a row. And that used to be his superpower. Get the ball to Tyreek Hill. And now it's like, all right, I'll just, like, these guys are sitting here like, he's like sitting here in this press conference this week, and he goes, I got to spark us every once in a while. What? Okay, thanks. What did you just discovered the wheel? Yeah, obviously, dude. Throw it to the fastest guy in the field. And by the way, get the ball to him faster. Not like, that's the ball landing in Tyreek. Between 3 Colts, by the way, or 3 Patriots.
Completion.
Oh, man.
Completion.
We'll take a break. More to come here on Gameday Uncensored. Keys to the game coming up next.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Shop massive savings on the massive Chevy inventory.
Services and areas. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and
Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. We're streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, 104.3 WQAM on YouTube, Miami 104.3 WQAM on Twitch. Omar Kelly going to join us in about 30 minutes. We will talk to the Miami Dolphins columnist from the Miami Herald, and he is boots on the ground in Buffalo. But let's get to some keys to the game here, brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Automall. Shop exceptional Cadillac offers now at the 3-time Cadillac Dealer of the Year. Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. Visit EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. You're always backed by Morse. As the Bills are coming in this week with a 30-10 win over the New York Jets to improve to 2-0. Josh Allen, 13-2 in his career against the Miami Dolphins, including 6 straight wins. The last loss to the Dolphins was September of 22. That was the first game ever played with the sun.
That's right. That's right. That was first time ever in the history of the NFL, right?
Yes. It was a new thing to adjust to. He has adjusted since, so credit to him.
That's right.
But that was the first game ever. 1-8 all time versus the Bills. He's been injured in 3 of those games. One of them was a win, but had his ribs broken by AJ Epinesa one year. That sucked. And then he, of course, had the concussion last year in Thursday Night Football.
Was that Jesse Davis who gave up that sack?
Yeah, that was
another
upstanding offensive lineman to protect Tua Tagovailoa by this general manager. Yes.
Funny enough, Omar Kelly loves defending Jesse Davis as well, as he does with Liam Eichenberg.
Oh, I mean, like, I don't listen. I like Omar, man. Like, I don't want to. I know he's trying to box me in with this Liam Eichenberg thing. I will tell you one thing. I saw all those sacks. I never once in my life thought, Liam Eichenberg would have handled that too. I have not thought that once. I will not think that once. Just because you have bums protecting Tua does not mean that he's any less of a bum.
Is the game where you said one of the games Tua got injured, they won? That's the game where the last win,
yes.
right? Where
remember
it was week 2 in Miami before the Cincy game in 2022, where Tua fell down, and then it was a back injury, quote unquote,
right.
And everybody starts going back to the tape and saying, no, it was really a head injury. He was concussed. He shouldn't have played on Thursday Night Football. Yeah, fun game.
Great game. Yeah. Great game. That was a great game. But yes, you definitely have the right thought there. That was that game. And look, it's a Bills team. We know we talked to Sal Capaccio earlier on, and he's not too worried about them not having Ed Oliver or Matt Milano. I got to be honest. I feel like that. I don't know if I'm just projecting here, Solana, but I feel like that happens all the time with the Bills, where like they're missing 2 starting defenders every time the Dolphins face them, and this Sean McDermott figures out a way to cover it up. Like I don't feel like they ever feel the effects of that, at least against Miami.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And what's crazy, Allen, last time that the Dolphins, or last season, right? Just the 2 games, the 2 wins, Thursday Night Football, and then when the Dolphins almost beat them late in the game, lost by a field goal. His stats aren't impressive.
No,
like they're 65% or maybe it was 67% completion percentage. 187 yards is what he averaged against the Dolphins. Like that's not impressive. But it didn't matter. Like the stats don't tell the full story, because if you think about that first game, I mean, the Dolphins were in hell two plays into the game. And then James Cook just ran all over them. That dude got paid this offseason in large part because of that game. And then later on in the season, when the Dolphins, they gave him a really good game. Tua's second game back after going down and missing 4 games. But you just feel like the defensive performance that Miami had in that game isn't going to be replicated tonight. Like you just don't have the same horses anymore.
Yeah, like they've had, like, usually once a year they'll put up like a good fight in one of them and they'll get smoked in the other. Like that's usually how it's gone.
Right.
I don't know, but I think we worry tonight just because we saw what happened in week 1, and you're just like, all right, got down 2 touchdowns early in week 2. So I don't think they can afford that. Not with the horsepower that Buffalo has, especially in the run game. You have Josh Allen, you have James Cook, like you mentioned. Like, you get down 2 scores, you might as well wrap this puppy up. I don't think this is going to be like New England where, they'll find a way back into the game.
It's what makes Buffalo so dangerous. And I'm not saying anything nobody knows, but there's certain games or there's certain teams, right? Like Joe Burrow in Cincy, when he's upright, they rely on the passing game. That's how they're going to beat you. And sure, they can have success running the football, but nobody's necessarily going into a game against Cincy and saying, oh, if even if Burrow lights us up, but we conceal their running game, we'll still have a chance. No, it's the complete opposite. If Burrow doesn't have a good game, the offense is going to struggle. Josh Allen, like they don't need him to throw the football. That's the craziest part. They can just establish the run game, run it right down your throat, and then they'll just use Josh Allen's legs, and he'll get out of the pocket, he'll go make a play, and then once they have you scrambling, he's just so good at getting out, making the defense just kind of scramble, and then he'll just hit you over the top with a dagger. It's what makes it almost impossible to shut him down.
Yeah, it's really, really frustrating, and it just puts so much pressure on the game too, because it's like anytime you can't take advantage when you have the ball, you're just like, oh, you got to then like cross your fingers that the Dolphins can get him off the field, which they haven't been able to get anybody off the field. So what do you think they're going to be able to do with him? Like I feel like tonight, Solana, we really need the defense to grow up. I think that's the thing. We talk so much about the offense, and I'm very guilty of it, but I almost feel like, God, they need Kenny G to have a coming out party. They need somebody. They need Minkah Fitzpatrick to have his welcome back to the Dolphins moment. They need something, Chop Robinson to take over this game and show his speed, because the other guys are kind of long in the tooth. They're not going to get to Josh Allen. Can Chop have like his, hey man, Jalen Phillips said this is a defensive player of the year in the making. Can this be his night where it's like, hey, yeah, I'm that dude. I can go get him. I'm that athletic. I'm that much of a force. That's what they need if they actually have a chance. Somebody's got to have like a grow up, the Dolphins weren't expecting it moment for them to really win this game.
If this is one of those games again where it's end of the second quarter and that's when the Dolphins finally get their first stop defensively, it's probably over by that point. If the Bills are going to have success on every single offensive drive in the first half, and then you're just playing from behind and you're hoping for Tua heroics again, this game's over. I mean, this is going to come down to, can the defense keep you in the game? I do expect the Dolphins offense to, at the very least, look how they've looked prior to week 1 against Indy, and look how they looked at least second, third quarter against New England. Let's get the ball into his hands. Let's get him getting the ball to Tyreek Hill, to Jalen Waddle. And
Malik, I mean, like they're trying to get the ball in Malik, and then obviously Devon Achane, right?
Right. But if you're down 2 scores quick, the way you were against New England, I mean, good luck, man. You've got no chance, because then Buffalo would just grind that clock out. They're going to have a 2-3 score lead. They don't have to go put up points. They're happy with moving the chains, and they'll just kick your ass that way.
Yeah, they got a bunch of veteran pass rushers: Greg Rousseau, AJ Epinesa, Joey Bosa. Remember, we were in the Joey Bosa sweepstakes.
Yeah,
not hurt yet, so got to watch out for that. You want to know what's infuriating too about Josh Allen? Can I just tell you? Let me just tell you guys another annoying thing about him, aside from how good he is. He's impenetrable, right? And this mother bleeper gets his nose broken last week, and he gets more swag. Like, he gets to wear a visor now and look even cooler. That's really infuriating. Like it's one thing to not get hurt, but it's like, oh, now he also gets to have a cool accessory to go with it. I hate that.
But it's even the idea that he gets his nose broken 2 plays later. They just stick gauze up his nose. It's like, I'm good. There's blood all in the gauze, and it doesn't matter. He just comes back and he scores a touchdown anyways. I mean, it's infuriating, because Tua goes down, and our first thought is, oh my God, is he going to be okay? Josh Allen doesn't go down. He doesn't go down.
No. I mean, look, the quarterbacks are dropping like flies all over the place. Like it is. I mean, Joe Burrow, he got we got the turf toe last week,
right?
So he's on the mend. Brock Purdy's already hurt. Justin Fields has a concussion. There's a ton of quarterback. Jaden Daniels, I think, is going to miss this week.
It's why Tobin. It's why. Look, I know I'm basically asking for something that seems impossible. But I heard Travis Wingfield say this on his pod where he's like, "Hey, wow, like shades of 2008, Dolphins get their asses beat in the first 2 games, and then they come out week 3 in Foxborough, and like I'm not comparing that to this. I get it, but they just tried something.
Right.
They figured out a way to move the ball on the ground. They had to figure out a way, and they did. Like, what are we going to see from the Dolphins today? If they can't run the football, they're going to lose this game. Like that's been their only path to success against Buffalo, staying in games. You think back to the 2022 game late in the season, they ran the football well. Raheem Mostert, and I think that was Jeff Wilson, put them in a position to run the football. Yeah, they got burned late in the fourth quarter. It is what it is, but they had a chance to win that game, Tobin. It really could have gone either way. And then last year, Tua had a really good game, and the offense looked sharp. But if you can't run the football tonight, you're asking for disaster, because Tua, guess what? You're going to go down, and then Tua is going to have to hike the ball out of shotgun and just start passing, and you're literally asking for disaster again if he's going out there throwing 40, 50 attempts tonight.
Is that bum Jordan Poyer playing, or is he on that stupid practice squad, or is he gone now? Like, what's the deal with him?
Have they announced who they elevated? Because
what's he doing? Is he in the rainforest on an ayahuasca trip?
Yeah,
he kept receipts.
It would be so typical for him to play today and have a big play.
Annoying. We'll get actives and actives. We'll get you updated with that. Take a break. More Game Day Uncensored after this.
This hurricane season, keep it on 105.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's game day, uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Take you guys up until the 8:15 kickoff as the Miami Dolphins are getting ready for the Buffalo Bills. And we're streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio TuneIn app, and also on YouTube and Twitch, 104.3 WQAM. And let's get to our actives and actives, which are going to be coming out soon here, brought to you by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business, a 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road and Margate. As going into this, Solana, we knew that Ifatu Melifonwu was going to be out. He's dealing with a calf injury. And then Storm Duck is also out. He's got an ankle injury. Though the Dolphins appear that they're going to get Ethan Bonner back this week and Jalen Wright. So that is some good news. The guys who are dealing with stuff, Aaron Brewer, he's got a hip. So this offensive line, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this offensive line? Crazy, dude. Benito Jones, though, looks like he's going to be back. Chop Robinson was dealing with a knee. And then Jalen Waddle is probably the big one we're looking for, although review reports earlier in the day, not so great. And then later on, Cam Wolf of NFL Network said that it's very much expected that he is going to play, which thank God.
Yeah. I think he'll go, obviously, just because of the type of game this is, right? Like Tobin, it almost feels, you know how sometimes coach will make that delineation of coaches, I should say, of like, if this was a playoff game, so-and-so would be playing. And this feels like it has those types of implications for the Miami Dolphins. They're far from the playoffs. I get it. But this is the one. I mean, you have 11 days after this between Thursday Night Football and the Dolphins' next game. They'll play on Monday Night Football against the Jets. That's a lot of time to usher in a different coach. That's a lot of time to usher in a new era. That's a lot of time for your owner to kind of sit back and just marinate on whatever happens tonight. So you have to imagine that's the feeling for this entire team. Like, I hate to do this, but it's now or never. Literally, it's now or never.
For sure. Okay, so I got the official inactives for today. No big surprises. Ifatu Melifonwu is out, like we said. Juju Brents, cornerback, he is out. Storm Duck out. Darren Waller.
Oh, he's not playing, Tobin?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Wasn't sure.
Brittany, he's not playing. I know he's not playing.
I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not. No Darren Waller today. Sorry.
Wasn't sure.
Taj Washington is also inactive. And Zeke Biggers is out as well. Coach Benito Jones making his way back. So, as pointed out, Chop Robinson will be good to go today, and as will Jalen Waddle. So, good news on that front. Good news on that front. Let me see if the Bills have any surprises their way. I don't think so. We knew about Matt Milano. Yeah, nobody else is a real surprise. We knew about Ed Oliver. Everybody else, no surprises there for Buffalo. So that's what we got going on. That is our actives and inactives for today as far as this one is concerned. But, yeah, man, Jalen Waddle. Did he waddle last week?
No waddle.
Down 2 touchdowns. Do you think he didn't feel it, or do you think the waddle's officially dead?
I just don't think he's doing the waddle anymore, man. I really don't.
Like this, man. Why? That's his dirty bird.
You got to win a game before you can waddle.
I understand.
You got to win a game.
I understand. But, like, it would have – you don't think Mike McDaniel's gone up to him and he's like, hey, man, really help me out. It would help me out. The boss really likes it. He likes when you do the waddle.
I did like that play, though. The touchdown, that looked like peak McDaniel Tua.
Yep.
Utilizing the entire field. You didn't wait for Waddle to get open. Tua throws it to a spot where Waddle was going to go get it. There was no safety over the top, kind of inching that way. They were focused more on Tyreek on the other side of the field. Give me more of that, man. Give me more of what we saw a couple of years ago, which was these guys just seem like they're in sync, right? And you haven't gotten that feel. You haven't felt like they've been in a rhythm at all this year.
You think we see Jalen Wright at all today, or do you think this is mostly going to be, because we haven't seen much of Ollie Gordon? I know Ollie Gordon had the penalty. Again, this is tough. They're rookies. They're going to make mistakes. He's very limited on his snaps as it is. But do you feel like they give Wright any run today or nah?
Yeah, I don't know, because going into training camp, you talked about it earlier, Tobin. Going into training camp, you felt like, oh, this is Jalen Wright, very promising, and everybody really felt good about him being RB2. And then there was arguably nobody more disappointing in terms of preseason. There's nobody more disappointing than Jalen Wright. There were questions if he was going to make the team, Tobin. So I genuinely don't know what to expect. I like this idea that I've created in my head, which is, look, figure out a way. If it's the cutesy stuff, if it's the razzle dazzle, whatever you have to do. Why are you shaking your head? Whatever you have to do to move the football on the ground. Now you have Jalen Wright coming back in. I like the idea of McDaniel saying, hey, we had a package for Jalen Wright that we thought we could utilize at some point. He wasn't healthy. We haven't seen it. And you get Devon Achane and Jalen Wright out on the field at the same time. You try to confuse Buffalo. I like that idea. The problem is I just don't think that that's going to happen. I don't expect it at all. I want to believe it's going to happen. I just don't expect it.
No, look, I appreciate it. It's one of the things. And I hope that Mike McDaniel realizes, dude, whatever ones you've been hesitant to go to. None of this we're gonna relent to what go make some impact plays, because this may be the last game you call this as a head coach. You may be on a one-way ticket to going and being a coordinator for Ben Johnson if this keeps up or something like that, dude. I don't know. You may be going back to San Francisco. If I was Mike McDaniel, I would let it all hang out. I would try and hit Sean McDermott. Obviously, there's a lot of experience against the Miami Dolphins and has done a very good job as well on limiting things. So I would try and go whatever route he may not be expecting. But they got to be on the same page, man. That's the other thing is, this whole communication issue was bothersome, because it's the pre-snap penalties, that's a McDaniel staple. That has been a thing for his entire tenure, because everybody says these plays are complex. They're very wordy. He seems like he takes forever, and he needs to get after it with a decision and have this team running smoothly.
Well, what's interesting, I mean, I'm pretty much taking that approach. What do you have that we haven't seen yet? Let's see it today. Leave it all out there.
No more Alec Ingold routes.
What's going on there? Where it's
I don't know.
Hey, tough situation here. 3rd and 12. You need a first down. Let's have Alec Ingold run a dig route and try to force him the ball in between 3 defenders. What? How is that? How is that? How? Just how?
I don't know. I respect Alec Ingold and what he brings, but I want him to be snow plowing in front of somebody and mauling them over. I don't necessarily want him being the spark plug secret weapon,
But what I'm struggling with Jalen Wright is, one, just disappointing all around in preseason. But that doesn't mean he can't make an impact. It was preseason. It doesn't mean he can't make an impact.
For sure.
But if the Dolphins are going to run the football, they haven't been able to successfully yet this season. 60-ish yards against New England. And I know there's this idea that, okay, Devon Achane is unbelievable in space. You want to get him the ball in space, but is he excellent at just taking a handoff and busting right through a hole because of his small stature and because of just his body? Are we just expecting, okay, we've got Jalen Wright back, they'll be able to run the ball with him? I don't think that that's a fair expectation to put on him.
Well, here's the other thing too, right? You have a center who's banged up. You have a left guard who's really trying to find his way in the NFL right now, and you have a right guard who made his first start last week. So, I don't know how conducive that is to really manning up and running the football that.
Crazy, man. Crazy. So what you're saying is there's no great avenue to run in. If you go left, you got a rookie left guard, and you don't know what you're getting there. And if you go right, you've got 2 guys who probably wouldn't be starting anywhere else in the NFL.
Probably. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's like one of these things. Like, everybody's liked Keon Smith. They just don't know he's essentially a rookie. Like, it's essentially he's now getting his first chance. Jonas Savaianaya, third game. You know, we saw with last year. Patrick Paul did. I mean, he's looked like a monster. I think he's had like one let up, but he's looked pretty damn good. It's just, it's tough to know, Solana, because these guys are young, and I don't know what to expect from them. I think, and that's the thing, is like they're getting their first quick turnaround into a Thursday night game. Very little prep. Like, we'll see. We'll talk about it all. Omar Kelly, Miami Dolphins columnist from the Miami Herald. He joins us next year on Game Day Uncensored.
Every Miami Hurricanes football game can be heard here.
quick turnaround for the Dolphins. Sunday, it was the Patriots, and now it's Thursday night football versus the Bills in Buffalo. Not exactly the friendly confines for the Fins. It's been a long time since the Dolphins have beaten the Bills. The fans know that, and the Dolphins know that. The Bills know that. The NFL knows that. Hey, maybe something magical will happen for Miami tonight. Consult your Ouija board or tarot cards for that answer. Time to break it all down and hope that the Dolphins don't break down. This is Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin, Solana, with Omar Kelly on FM 104.3 WQAM, Miami sports leader.
Game Day Uncensored on FM 104.3 WQAM is brought to you by the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Get offers on select models now through September 2nd. Learn more at Lexus.com. By Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. When it comes to scoring a rugged new truck, Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is the MVP of selection. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and start shopping today. Remember, you're always backed by Morse. And by JM Lexus. JM Lexus has the best team in the business. A 4.8 Google rating with over 22,000 reviews and counting. JM Lexus, West Sample Road, Margate.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 104.3 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here alongside my co-host Alejandro Solana. Brittany Rodriguez producing for us here today. And Game Day Uncensored also brought to you by Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall. Shop massive savings on massive Chevy inventory, all backed by Morse at Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Visit EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com. Chevy, find new roads. Before we get to Omar Kelly quickly here, Solana, I just wanted to get everybody the goosies a little bit because, you know, a lot of people are down right now, hanging their head low. But you want to know who's a true fan, who always comes to bat for the Miami Dolphins and for anything South Florida? Udonis Haslam. Udonis Haslam has the helmet out on Instagram. He's ready to put that thing on, and he has Trick Daddy's Can't F With Me on Instagram for the song to go. So he is completely fired up and ready to go for this Dolphins game. I hope he's not miserable in a couple hours.
Yeah, well, if he's not miserable in a couple hours, which I'm sure he's praying he won't be, he'll be miserable this Saturday when his Gators get the belt to ass at Hard Rock Stadium from the Miami Hurricanes.
Omar, you happy that Udonis Haslam is at least one of them still there believing?
Listen, I've been telling Dolphin fans all season, either way things go this way this season, you're going to win. Either you're going to get a winning playoff team or you're going to get a restart, a purge. Either way, you win.
It's I think this week was peak crazy with anger because people were mad that Tua wore a coat on a plane. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah. I mean, we're at the point where Tua breeds and it annoys Dolphin fans.
Yep.
But this is what happens when you start 0-2 and you play the way that you did in pretty much embarrassing fashion in both games. I mean, you get everybody's emotions high with the punt return, and then you allow a punt return. Then you know Devon Achane scores, but he steps out of bounds, and then you basically vomit all over your feet on the final drive, like 8 penalties or negative plays and 20 opportunities on the final 2 drives. So either way you look at it, you've embarrassed yourself. Now, this, as I said all week, this is your one opportunity to get redemption. You upset the Buffalo Bills. You beat the Buffalo Bills. Season's reset. 1-2 seasons reset. All hope is injected back into the team. Confidence is injected because you know what? You just beat the Buffalo Bills. You can beat anybody in the NFL. Now, do I feel confident, optimistic that's going to happen? No, I don't. But I definitely want to see this team fight. I want to see this team fight, and I also want to see who lays down. And if they lay down, why did they lay down? Do we need to make a coaching change? So this game will reveal plenty, but for those Dolphin fans hoping that it leads to somebody's firing, I don't doubt it will unless we're looking at a 40-7 score.
It's funny because, Omar, you know, I think Tobin and I have taken the same approach, which is okay, yeah, if you can get over the hump today, great, right? Like there's a lot of positives that come from that. But that's a huge but. And I think it was Rasul Douglas who said something along the lines of like, you have to come out with that intensity right away in this game. Can the Dolphins start fast today? Like I'm sure that's got to be something that they want to do. Obviously, they don't want to fall behind against Buffalo, but like, is that possible? Because week 1 against Indy, I mean, it was a dumpster fire the entire way around. And then on Sunday against New England, you're down 2 scores. The defense can't get a stop, and the offense, it looked like they needed several drives to find rhythm. Do they need that still, or do you think they're capable of kind of just clicking right as the game starts?
It depends on how they execute on offense, what the game plan is, and unfortunately, with a Thursday night game, you're not getting a full week of preparation. I'm pretty much doubting that they actually went on the practice field and did anything more than walkthroughs. But that's what you have to do to get to a Thursday night game. You generally play an opponent in your division, so you know them, so you're familiar with them, and it's just about getting the body healed up and rested so that people aren't playing with pain through the situation and other guys don't get hurt. But this is also a great opportunity for the Dolphins. They've been working on their running game. They've been working on their power rush. They've been working on their I formation. They just haven't been able to showcase it because of the scores and the situations that they put themselves in. So all those plays, those running plays you've been working on for 2 weeks, there's no reason why you shouldn't be unleashing them early in this game. And the one thing I do know about this offensive line, which you guys know I do not have a high opinion of, is they can run block. They can't pass protect to save their life, but they can run block. Now, you have to be in a situation that makes it favorable for you to run the ball. And that means you got to have a lead, or you got to have a close game, or you can't be trailing by big. And unfortunately, they just haven't been in those situations. So to answer your question, I think it's possible that they could get off to an early start and play a clean game. They did last time in Buffalo until Jordan Poyer sabotaged the game with his little, helmet to helmet shot. But they didn't finish the job. So it'll be interesting to see if they can play, because the last 2 times Tua has played here, he's played pretty good games. Now it'll be interesting to see if he can put a third together.
We know who's on the other side. Old Papa over there wearing number 17. So is there anybody on that defensive side? And that they've not been impressive so far, Omar, but does anybody got a chance to jump out? Can Chop Robinson have a coming out party? Kenny G, can he grow up that quickly? Can Zach Sealer get on the board? Like, is there anybody that you got faith in that can like turn up the juice a little bit to make this defense be a little bit more formidable up front like we thought they would be?
Jalen Phillips, I've been waiting for him to show up to the season. In my opinion, he's probably the top athlete on this defense. He hasn't done anything thus far. Hopefully he surfaces and has a respectable game, doesn't get carved up by Dalton Kincaid. Maybe if they go the 2 tight end formation, maybe you play a lot of Willie Gay. That would definitely benefit them, but I highly doubt they're going to do that just because they haven't had time to rep it and practice it. But it would also be nice to see Minka Fitzpatrick actually show up to the season. Yeah, we haven't seen any kind of impact play from Minka Fitzpatrick. I mean, not even a knockdown pass.
What about on the offensive side of the football, Omar? I mean, Jalen Wright coming back. And why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
He wasn't good with 2 healthy legs. You really expect anything with 1?
Well, you didn't let me finish. I was going to talk about Keon Smith and Larry Borum too. No, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I've probably regurgitated this thought 30 times already today, but I want the Dolphins to run the football. So in my mind, like shades of 2008 going to Foxborough week 3, they just figured out a way with the Wildcat to do it. Like what do they do today? I mean, they have to do it, Omar. They have to run the football in Buffalo. How can they get that accomplished?
They can run the ball. That's the one thing I will say to their benefit. Even if you look at the yards per carry average, even though there are very few rushing attempts this season, their yards per carry average is relatively high. Devon Achane is probably the one player who's having a good season so far. So I don't really doubt that they can run the ball. The biggest issue to me that I see they face in this game is that Buffalo's able to get pressure on you rushing just four. Now, Ed Oliver's out. That's definitely going to be troublesome. Matt Milano's out. That's certainly going to be troublesome for them. They're going to have young guys step up in their position, but the Bills, history-wise, has proven that they can get pressure with just rushing four. And if you can't stop that, you're looking for a long day. And my biggest issue, I don't know if either one of you guys got a chance to look at Kurt Warner's film breakdown of the Dolphins and Tua's issues and what's going on with his footwork and what's going on with his read progressions. But if you watch that 10-minute video, you'll see on just about every single clip, Tua's being forced off his spot. He's being rushed. His pocket is compromised. He's uncomfortable. He's moving off his spot. I hate to sound like a broken record, that comes down to it's not always about the blitz. Hell, Indianapolis got that. Well, created that sometimes with three-man rushes. It's just about the offensive line doing a better job, giving him a clean pocket. I couldn't tell you. I watched 3 games on NFL Network, the sped up games that they have. Mm-hmm. And in a lot of those games, in those clutch situations in the fourth quarter, the quarterbacks are under pressure. But the Josh Mahomes, the Baker Mayfields, even the Daniel Jones, they have just enough time to go out there and make a throw. And Tua has times on occasion to make a throw, but it's just so often that his operation is rushed and he feels compromised and the pocket is collapsing and people are moving him off his spots. And you can just feel there's a level of insecurity that he has about his offensive line. And surprise, surprise, I would too.
Well, speaking of insecurity, we know he's very honest. I got to get your opinion. What did you think about the Josh Allen answer? Like,
oh my God, people are blowing this thing out of proportion. And you know why? Because in the comment where he says, I can't do half of what he does running the ball, everybody excludes that. Is he lying?
No, he's not lying. He's not lying, but it's one of those.
Half of what Josh Allen does running the ball.
He just, Omar, he's got to, I appreciate the no filter from him, but here's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
He's got to know, like, I think him and McDaniel would both do well with like a little stopwatch up there of like, I think I need to stop talking. Like, because it's just going on a little bit too much. Cause I think he would have been good like halfway through the answer. And then it was just like, no, don't say that. Like that, no, too much. Cause it's like, these guys don't know the world is going to be blown up. They're both in their little foxhole. They don't know that it's going to be blown up and made a Bleacher Report quote and all that type of stuff, and people are going to mock them.
They are, but they're going to take things out of context. He said something that is the absolute truth. Okay, Lamar Jackson can run like Josh Allen. Who else? I'm waiting.
That also is indestructible? Nobody.
Okay, Cam Newton in his prime.
Omar, as a person, I'm a fan of the fight game. You know what I love? I love delusion. All right. Even if you're going up against the champ, you got to say you had the best camp of your life. You got to say you're going to knock him out. You don't say before the fight, I'm going against Terrence Crawford. I'm half the fighter he is. I got no chance.
He is playing the MVP of the league.
I understand, but he's got to. He's
not playing. His defense is playing.
Well,
and they'll tell you how good Josh Allen is. Josh Allen is an undefendable quarterback.
Oh, it's infuriating. He's not, and he breaks his nose and he looks cooler because he's got a visor now. It's annoying. He's annoyingly great.
Like, no matter what you do, you can't play Josh Allen 11 on 11 because, okay, you got a spy, one less man in coverage. Okay, you can't blitz him because if you flush him out, he's going to run. Okay, you can cloud coverage him and take away his short passes. Oh, well, he's got a cannon for an arm. The only way you can make him uncomfortable is get him off his spots, but then you still want him to stay in the pocket. Like, there's no way that you can stop him, unfortunately. So you do your best. You do your best to force him into a mistake. You know, he's not a young quarterback, so it's not like you could disguise coverages and get him to turn the ball over. You just got to hope, like Patrick Mahomes, time runs out on him, and he doesn't get an opportunity.
But Omar, like everything you're saying is 100% true, but everybody knows that. You know what I mean? Like everybody who's been watching football, especially Dolphins fans, know everything Josh Allen is capable of. Like Tua, but I guess I get what you're saying. Like he was just speaking facts, and I get it. But everybody knows that. Like he doesn't have to remind everybody, like, hey, he's capable of doing all the things I'm not capable of doing. Right before you're going to go play him after you're 0-2, and your team is facing literally being eliminated in week 3 from any playoff contention. I don't know. It's the messaging that it sends.
So it would have made you more confident in Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa if they said, "Hey, Tua, what are your thoughts on Josh Allen?" And he said, "Yeah, yeah,
or he's good, or just he's good." I would have there's a cap on the praise. Like he should have a cap. He should have a praise salary cap on Josh Allen. Like he should have just stopped. Like you remember, but we're starting this journey, and you got Tyreek, gassing him up like he's the Dolphins' Don King. Like say he's as good as Mahomes. Like it may not be true right now, but that's okay. You guys got to have the utmost confidence in it, or just not too much praise. That's where it should go.
Okay, so
There's a line.
Nose up at Tua because he's too much. He gave Josh Allen, the MVP of the league, too much praise.
Too much.
Correct.
Too much.
Okay. Over the top.
Too
Over
much.
the top, Omar.
If I give you one more in read in too much to it theater, after the game,
I like this. Huh?
After the game, McDaniel, Tua, they cool. Like that seemed like the first little bit of friction between player, coach, and staff. It felt like. What did you make of the whole play call thing?
They screwed up. They didn't get the job done, and whoever's fault it was, it doesn't matter because Mike McDaniel needs to know that it's his job. He's accountable. I didn't think there was any beef or issue. Is Miami's offense complicated? Absolutely. Do they need to simplify it or maybe cut down some motions? Maybe. But is that going to benefit the team in the long run? Probably not. And people are like, oh, well, we need to dumb down the offense and we need to cut out the motions. Okay, well, the motions were what made your offense special back in the day. Now it's kind of ordinary and you want it to get special again, right? Well, you gotta insert the motions, gotta inject them right back in the system. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that, and they certainly don't do it on the road. On the road, they have to go to a silent count, and so you can't do all of that motion stuff, or you're going to get false starts and penalties and late delay of games, and then fans are going to stone you to death. So they're in a no-win situation. I mean, this whole season feels like a no-win situation, to be honest with you.
Well, you always win with us, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
I know. I always ruin your day, hope, belief, confidence.
I don't feel ruined. I already had 0, so I actually think you helped a little bit. I was like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, as I continue to say, Dolphin fans look at it this way. Either way, you win. Either way, you win.
I don't know about that, Omar. I mean, I disagree with that because winning, if we're up again. We'll talk about it next week.
Until the press release says Chris Greer is going to lead the next search for head coach.
Okay, that would be a loss. You got me.
See you, Omar. We'll take a break. We'll get you your porpoise props coming up next on Gameday Uncensored.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Edmore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios. Shop massive savings on a massive
Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. Don't miss a thing.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored. The pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 104.3 WQAM.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on 104.3 WQAM as we get you ready for Dolphins and Bills. Thanks again to Omar Kelly for stopping by the program as the Dolphins getting set for this. Solana, during the commercial break, Ian Rappaport of Thursday Night Football's broadcast, typically of NFL Network, put out a tweet where it had said, I'm getting this there from the quote of it, but he gave an update on where things stand with Stephen Ross and Mike McDaniel going into this game. And here's the quote. He says, Stephen Ross doesn't want to fire Mike McDaniel. He doesn't. He wants us to work. He likes him. He believes in him. He's invested in him. But then he adds, nothing is imminent for the Dolphins, but that can change if fans suddenly stop showing up to the stadium or if players stop playing for him. That can alter the situation.
Wow. So in other words, likely because Omar was talking Tobin about, hey, either way, Dolphins fans win. I mean, again, who knows? But that doesn't sound to me like somebody who's ready to jump ship on his head coach.
I know. I don't think he does. I do think that I think Mike McDaniel's probably a really likable guy, you know? And I do think that he would like this to work out. But it's like also like, all right, so what does he do? Because does he fire Chris Greer? Like, does he go and get somebody new that gives Mike McDaniel more power? Like, is that a possibility? I don't know.
I mean, Chris Greer's his guy. Like,
that's in his guy.
That's his guy, man. I don't think so. And I kind of, feel like you've sold me on this idea that Chris Greer's already dropping, some hints here and there that, this is more on the chef not being able to cook up the right meal rather than the person supplying the ingredients. Now, I feel very differently about that. I feel strongly that it's a combination of the two. You've got terrible ingredients and you don't have the right chef to make the right meal. But man, I feel like we're all kind of looking at this 11-day off situation between tonight and Monday Night Football and saying, okay, I mean, this is the logical path. If you were going to make a change, if you start 0-3, it's the logical path. And, I think it was Will Manso who told us earlier this week, he's like, I don't buy that. Like, unless this game goes catastrophically bad, like he doesn't buy Stephen Ross making any drastic changes now, because what's the difference, right? Like what's the difference between firing the head coach now and firing him a little bit later on, maybe around the bye week or maybe at the conclusion of this season?
It's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point because it's not like there's not like some great candidate that's out there, because like even the ones that have been thrown around, like Bill Belichick is coaching North Carolina right now, right? So like you're not going to go and get him during a season, and like not everybody. And he's not an NFL hot commodity. That's been proven. John Gruden is working for Barstool. You literally could go interview him whenevs. Which, by the way, he predicts Bills win tonight, 31-20. But he does see the Dolphins putting up some kind of a. But thank you, Gruden. Like there's not
they cover in that situation, by the way. They cover there.
Oh, they do. And we'll get to our porpoise props coming up next segment. But I just don't know. I do understand the thing of like if the players stop playing hard for him, but I do agree with you that didn't appear to be the case last week. Now if this continues with the play calling being an issue, as far as like, hey, these guys just aren't on the same page anymore because everybody's confidence is a little shook, then I could see them like giving Anthony Weaver a shot just to kind of run the show. Not that the defense has been any great shakes, but he has interviewed for head coaching spots before. He's, there was that report this week that he is beloved in the organization. So, maybe they just kick the tires to see if they have a candidate there with this whole thing. But I there is going to be a point. Like, I think it was reported by ESPN today that like they're hard pressed to believe that anything will happen today.
Right.
But if you start 0-4 and you lose to the Jets, then like at what point do you just got to do it to do it? Because clearly he's not going to come back.
But like you said today, Tobin, earlier in the show, you start 0-3. Again, we're just assuming, and it's probably unfair what we're doing here because I do think how I started the show, and even Sal Capaccio said it, where, hey, man, divisional games are weird. Thursday night football games are weird. And I get it. The odds seem insurmountable for the Dolphins to win this game. But if you feel strongly that they are, I mean, the season's done, Tobe. At 0-3, it's done.
Yeah,
because
I think
you're already in the hole in the division. You're not going to win the division unless Josh Allen goes down. Like even if you beat the Jets, you're 1-3. Like you're still below 500 in the division. You still have to play all these teams again. And this is supposed to be the easy part of the schedule. Outside of this game, this was supposed to be the easy start to the schedule. Like what? I don't know. I guess my point is, what's the difference between letting this regime just kind of ride out until closer to the end of the season and making the change right now to see if Anthony Weaver is the right coach? If Anthony Weaver is your head coach next year, you're going to feel good about that? Like, I don't think Dolphins fans will. I think it's obvious you have to go get somebody established, somebody who can come in and do all the things that McDaniel couldn't. And going with another rookie head coach to me would just seem like the easy hire for Stephen Ross.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but that's kind of been one of the things I've been asking with people is like, unless the Pittsburgh Steelers goes poorly and they go to Mike Tomlin, and they decide, this time Mike Tomlin is the guy, or the other Harbaugh gets fired from the Ravens, or McDermott, like who is established that will get the fan base?
Yeah, I get it.
Who's the guy who you hand the keys over to? Like, I think most of the time when you're juiced up, I think it's a young guy that everybody's like, oh, all right, we're going to see this guy's vision for the team. And I'm not saying that means that you shouldn't fire Mike McDaniel. Just like if the thing goes off the rails, that is what it is. Like he started off hot and he lost his mojo. Like that is what it is. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to get fired. I'm just asking who Dolphin fans want that established guy to be. I haven't heard really good answer. Some people have thrown on our chat Lane Kiffin, like bring Lane Kiffin in from college and give him his second crack at the NFL. I don't know. That's what I'm saying though. Like there's not a really great answer. It would have been, for years it would have been Jim Harbaugh. Like that seemed like the obvious move that they were going to get once he was done with his ride at Michigan, but they were in the midst of winning. So the timing didn't time up. It didn't match up for them. So
I think Tobin, just really quickly, I think the context matters here today because maybe that's how Stephen Ross is feeling. But I go back to what the reaction was Monday after week one, after you lose to Indy. Everybody in the national media is just waiting for the Dolphins to fail, and they jumped on it. They jumped on it. You were without a doubt the laughing stock of the NFL week one, and fine, that was one game. And then week two, you're hoping to right that wrong. You're hoping to kind of straighten things out a little bit, and you fall flat on your face at the very end. And here you are 0-2. Every power ranking around the NFL has you pretty much at the bottom of the barrel. And everybody just feels outside of Miami and probably even inside Miami now in South Florida, just feels like there is no more riding the ship. And you're just kind of waiting for the wheels to fall off if they haven't already. And at what point does Stephen Ross say, man, we're the laughing stock of the NFL. I have to do something. I refuse to allow my organization to be the laughing stock. And I think it comes with a bad loss. Forget about fans not showing up. Like if tomorrow he's turning on the TV and everybody is talking about a Dolphins 50-0 loss or like if it gets ugly, then he'll probably feel differently about it.
Well, the old don't like being up late at night, so maybe he sleeps in a little bit and he misses all Sports Center. I don't know. Perhaps we'll take a break. We'll give you our porpoise props. A couple more segments here as we get you ready for Week 3 Thursday Night Football. Saw Tyreek Hill giving up the old fire up speech to his teammates on the field as the broadcast is going on right now. We'll see, man. This is it's going to be an interesting night for sure. I think one way or another, this is going to be an interesting night for sure. We'll take a break. More Game Day Uncensored after this.
How would you like the chance to have a Pro Bowl Miami football player come visit an elementary school of you?
Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 1043 WQAM.
And welcome back in, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored, brought to you by the Lexus TX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer, as we're about 30 minutes away from kickoff here, getting ready for Dolphins and Bills Thursday night football. And, of course, you got Game Day Uncensored post-game edition coming your way. Is Dan Day back, Britton? Do we know? Is he all set?
He's back. He was just in here talking to me, actually.
All right, so you guys will get Dan Day today after the game, as he will take your calls one way or another.
Dan's been gone for a while too, so I'm sure he's ready to just fire off takes tonight.
By far the longest break I've ever had him, known him since he's been here. I feel like it's the longest break I've ever seen Dan Day take away. He must look like 10 years younger.
Well deserved, by the way. But yeah, imagine him like just coming back. He's been in the mountains, just like grizzled, you know, just like he fought a bear and he's just ready to get in front of a microphone and fire off takes.
All right, let us get to some action for this game. It is time for our Porpoise Props.
It's time for...
I don't know about you, but that looked like money.
Porpoise Props.
Hopefully you didn't jinx us.
Props.
Solana, Tua Tagovailoa anytime touchdown today, plus 1,200.
You're doing this. I'll ride with
up.
you.
It keeps going up. It keeps going up.
What do you think? He's going to jump out of the pocket like a 12-yard round? I mean, come on, man.
There's the element of surprise. Like, it's just Tua have an element of surprise of just like he just Superman jumps it like he's Josh Allen and just nobody expects it.
We were joking earlier, tush push, but reverse. Like have his ass, literally the real definition of a tush push. His ass gets pushed while his head is being covered. But Tobin, I will say this: all the talk about the Dolphins not being able to convert on short yardage situation. Let's say you get up to the goal line.
Yep.
Second and goal, you try to punch it in with Devon Achane, doesn't work. Then third and goal, you try to punch it in with take your pick, right? It doesn't work. Alec Ingold doesn't work. Tell me the least likely thing anybody in the world would expect the Miami Dolphins to run. A bootleg with Tua Tagovailoa.
Yep.
That's the only way. The thing is, if it goes wrong, McDaniel will get crushed. Like you think the reaction to them not getting the play call in was bad? If that goes awry, McDaniel might not survive that. So, but if you think about it, not the worst play call in the world. They would never expect it.
Yeah, I don't know. More likely to score on plus 1,200, Alec Ingold or Tua?
I'd say Alec Ingold by a mile.
Wow. I can't argue with you. Devon Achane, your normal favorites. Devon Achane's minus 125. The favorite in the game is James Cook, minus 250. You got Tyreek Hill at plus 155. Tyreek Hill, 2 touchdowns today, plus 900.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. That is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Waddle is 2-1 to score an anytime touchdown. He is plus 1,300 to score 2. And then Malik Washington is plus 400. Nick Westbrook-Akine got a couple of catches last week. It was good to see him into the mix. Made some tough grabs.
He did.
And then you have Ollie Gordon at plus 500 for that. We might have to hit the brakes on that one.
I don't buy it. I mean, he runs hard, man. You saw it the other day. 2 rushes, came in, picked up some decent yardage. Like, he runs hard. You would imagine the Dolphins would try to implement some of that into their offense today. But I don't know. I asked Omar Kelly about running the football, and he kind of laughed, and he's like, well, they'll run the football. The thing is, they had 61 yards running the football last week. So I genuinely don't know what we should be expecting today from this team. Like, is it just status quo? They're just going to run the I don't know.
We got some juicy. The Dolphins yet to have an interception on the defensive side. They got some juicy props. Minkah Fitzpatrick to pick off the football today, plus 1,100. Plus 1,100 to just get an interception.
You like
Jack
that? He hasn't come up big at all.
Hasn't. No, he hasn't. But I do look. Josh Allen has turned over the football in his career. Can he just lollipop one up there and Minka sees something? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to put action on it. I do have action to get on the Zach Sealer sack. I got to feel like he's going to get his first one today. It's plus 350, which is the highest it's been this season. I think it was even higher this morning. I think it was like plus 400 this morning. So some action coming in on Zach Sealer to get his first sack. Chop Robinson to get his second sack is plus 550. And Kenneth Grant, plus 800 to get a sack today. His first NFL sack. So that's sticking there as well. Rushing our over-unders for today. Devon Achans is at 54.5. James Cook is 68.5. And for Devon Achane, who's been doing a lot of his damage in the pass game, just FYI, he's plus 550 to have a 100-yard rushing game. Don't know how much you love that, though.
Don't really love it.
Don't love it. I understand. I understand. What about receiving? Got Tyreek to have a 100-yard game back-to-back weeks. He's 3-1. Jalen Waddle to go for 100 yards today, plus 800.
What's funny is Tyreek is at 65.5. His over-under in receiving yards. They're begging you to take that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like 65.5, especially at his best game in a while last week. Not that it gave you the dub, but, I mean, they're begging you to get Waddle and Tyreek over their over-unders. 47.5 for Waddle. Like, man.
That's something, man. Oh, man. Well, I'm still sticking with my Malik Washington and Zach Sealer parlay because I got that at plus 2,000 today.
All right. I like it. I like that.
So I'm going to hopefully convert on that. That's been my new Julian Hill. I've been trying to ride that. I got half of it last week, but I did not get the Zach Sealer sack. I need Sealer to show up. What happens first? Zach Sealer speaks to these kids at an elementary school of your choice, or he gets a sack?
Nah, I think he'll get a sack because that's not till late October. I mean, he better get a damn sack before he speaks to these kids.
He's gonna get rough questions from those kids. Oh man! All right, we will take a break. When we come back, we will predict the game ball as we wrap things up here on Game Day Uncensored. Final segment coming on up. We are back after this.
Hey, we want to hear what you have to say. Text WQAM on the Kendall
pregame show for real Miami football fans on FM 1043 WQAM.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on FM 1043 WQAM. Final segment here as we get you ready for Dolphins and Bills as we got week 3 of the NFL season coming your way. Somebody told me I saw in the chat to save my bottles for heat season. No need, buddy. I can go right to the liquor store across the street. Trust me. As soon as the Heat got a tough schedule to start the season. Got a West Coast trip. I might be doing those shows from home the next day, Brittany. Just letting you know.
All right, I'll be prepared.
So you know. Let us get to our Predict the Game Ball segment, which is brought to us by the Lexus TX. Room for all your passions in 3 rows of luxurious comfort. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Solana, who will get the game ball for the Dolphins today? Should they be able to pull off the unthinkable and beat the Buffalo Bills?
I've been going offense every week, and I think I put you in a position to go defense, and I'm going to do it again.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill to me again. I think I went Tyreek last week, and I'm going to stick to my guns because, Tobin, I still feel like if the Dolphins have any chance, you need your best players to perform. Period. End of story. It's not a hot take. It's just the reality of this team. And this is it to me. Like you get embarrassed today, and you could be looking at a situation where Tyreek is quitting on the team again, or at the very least, just like giving up hope. Who knows? I don't know what the reaction would be. I think it has to be a big Tyreek Hill game. Establish the run game and then get Cheetah the damn football.
I like the plan, man. Like, listen, it has not been rocket science. As I'm seeing him right now on the TV broadcast walk his way out, looking very fired up. I'm also going to go offense, but I'm going to go with Malik Washington, not because I bet him, but I love the jolt, and I really do feel like they've been creeping towards giving him more. Obviously, you're giving him handoffs, like you just want the ball in his hand, and I feel like today could be a bit of a breakout performance for him. I like Malik Washington. He feels like a guy. Tyreek was even saying last week, he reminds me of him. And I know Malik was like, yeah, he's just talking to the media, but something about him, he just seems to have positive stuff come his way. Devon Achan's also been a monster if it's on offense. Man, on defense, I just don't know who to go with because I feel like everybody has been a little bit of a disappointment. And I do worry, a little bit about Chop Robinson playing on a bum knee because he took that hit last week, but man, he's 24? Like he's a baby. Hopefully
he said it. I'm good. I'm all right. I mean, then he's questionable for the game. He's on the injury report. So maybe the 24-year-old is telling him he's good, and the doctors are like, well, you're not that good.
Right. You know what this game reminds me of? I brought this up earlier in the week, and I was asking a genuine question, but you can't ask questions on Twitter anymore without people being snarky bastards. Which, by the way, you sent me that tweet from Joe Shad about the report. What's up with that guy, that reporter? Like, what's up with him?
That was a really weird interaction. Joe Shad tweets out, having covered college football for a few years, Buffalo Bills pregame scene really reminds me of the college town environment. It's cool that there are a few smaller markets, towns in the NFL. These people bleed for their Bills. He's saying like, hey, Buffalonians or Buffalites. I don't know.
Right.
They
and
love
Joe used to be like the most prominent college football reporter in the country. So he's been to probably every college town there is.
And, he's just saying like, hey, this town loves their football. There's a couple cities in the U.S. that aren't big cities, but they have football teams. And it's not a criticism. On the contrary, it's showing love to the fact that these people deserve their football teams. Green Bay is another one, right? And this guy, Nate Geary Sports, who I think works for the same radio station as Sal Capaccio, who joined us earlier, he just quote tweets it. He's like, I like how every time Dolphins reporters come to Buffalo for games, they do this thing like, oh, Buffalo's so cute. Oh, my God. Yeah, man, we actually like our team and care about our community. Sorry, you can't relate. And it's just like, what a D-bag. What a D-bag answer. Like, what are you talking about?
Like every season, these guys don't flock down here to Fort Lauderdale to go get away from their tundra.
But like all Joe Schad was saying is like, hey, Bills fans are cool. Like this guy
literally.
that.
It's like, all right, man. Sorry, I didn't realize you took such offense. No, but like anytime the Dolphins took on the Bills before a couple of years ago, it always made me think the one guy who always tried to bother Josh Allen was Christian Wilkins.
Yes.
He was junk grabbing. He was an antagonist. And what's going on with him? Have we heard anything about him? Because I genuinely am asking, like, can the Dolphins sign him on the cheapskis? Like, we tried Darren Waller, but I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's suing the league. I asked this like on Monday, and like nobody had answers for me because I'm just curious. Like, is he hurt still? Because it sounded like he was outraged about getting cut because he wasn't hurt. He felt like he was ready. They thought he needed surgery. And so I'm just asking questions. Can the Dolphins do a roundabout? Can we trade him for Darren Waller? Can we trade that?
But this is like, I mean, didn't we do that with Matthew Judon? And I get they play different positions,
right?
But wasn't that the same idea? Like, let's go beef up the depth on the on the front seven.
Yeah, but he's younger. Like, you don't have to have all these pups go out there and try and figure things out right away. You know, like so. That's all I'm thinking is like, hey, you bring in an experienced Pro Bowl level player. He's got a great relationship with Zach Sealer. Whatever the hell happens with, he was Chris Greer's draft pick. You know, I feel like, I don't know if he's able to physically play. Obviously, that's the caveat here because I don't know. I'm asking questions, you bastards. That's all. I just want to know. If he was eligible to play, can the Dolphins kick the tires on that? But I can't get a straight answer on it.
I don't think anybody knows. But man, Tobin, I remember it a little differently. I thought the reason the Raiders were upset and the reason they ended up cutting him was because he wasn't healthy, and he was going to start the season again on the IR, and they felt like he at this point with whatever injury he initially dealt with last season, he should have been healthy by now had he taken the appropriate steps to whether it was surgery or rehab or whatever. Clearly, they didn't meet eye to eye, and he was starting the season again injured. And they're like, dude, you're not healthy. You should have been healthy by now.
Yeah, there was that. And then there seemed like there was some kind of Jonathan Martin, Richie Incognito thing where like he did something to a teammate. Like somebody reported that he tickled toes, whatever. I don't know. But I don't care about that. Like, that's their problem. I mean, respectfully, like he's been a Dolphin for a long time. We never heard about any of this stuff. It felt to me like a smear campaign for cutting $100 million player after a year. Like, I don't know if I buy it. And so I'm just wondering if the Dolphins could get in on the ground floor here. This is another problem for another day. We have a lot of other issues, but the Dolphins defense has not been very good. And if I watch them get run over again today, I'm going to bring this up again during the week. I'm going to be on Christian Wilkins' watch, for the foreseeable future if these guys can't get their bleep together.
Hey man, you're not gonna get an argument out of me to put Sealer and Wilkes right back next to each other.
Salt and pepper.
I mean, let me know, man. Sign me up for that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's capable of playing football right now.
Crazy. Brandon says he was trying to kiss his teammates. Kiss him on the head. It's loving. It's way different, dude. You don't know.
I feel like that might be a little more acceptable in the Dolphins locker room from everything we've heard, right? Like everything's very lovey-dovey in there.
Yeah. I mean, Mike McDaniel kissed Tua on the head.
That's right.
Out of love.
Maybe you should. Why don't you kiss Leroy on the head?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Maybe Frog Boy. I think he's going to be around tomorrow.
Don't tickle his toes.
I was not pleased to see that he woke up for Joe Rosen. He hasn't been around our show in weeks.
I don't like to pry, but I was very interested in that entire situation.
I think he hates me. Happy to have you, Brittany. Brittany's been kicking ass though, so it doesn't really matter. He thought we were going to miss him. We don't.
I appreciate it. I get offended there for a second.
Yeah, and by the way, Brittany, completely normal feet, not webbed.
Like was Marcos. It called in the lie? Oh, you have normal feet. Oh, I have normal feet. I get
yeah. Unlike Frog Boy.
Plus, all right, you get the F1 breakdown on the show.
Right, of course, every day. I've never been more schooled on NASCAR.
When he lets me have it.
All right, that's our show, everybody. Check out Gameday Uncensored post-game edition with Dan Day coming your way tonight after the game, and we will talk to you guys on Monday Night Football, which will be a packed day for us. We'll be at Heat Media Day, and then we will be all set to get you ready for Dolphins and Jets. Solana, let's hope we enjoy the game. Everybody else, thank you for tuning in, and we'll talk to you rascals next time.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.